Oh, Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
still going for this place. You would have. Chimera super low.
Trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my god! And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jake.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Four Nations by UKL. Now obviously it's Rob hosting today and everyone wants me to leave, but I've changed position. I'm here today and I'm not going anywhere. Rod, everyone else in the chat says Rob out. You the ones leaving today. But today I'm joined by Evan and Gizmo for the first match of the day, Nuclear Vikings versus Verdant. Evan, how are you feeling? It's your second time on the desk. Are you excited?
I'm excited. Coming off something, I believe it was Bulldog versus Brother and Friends. Last time that was a very high impact game, high atmosphere around it. You know, Brother and Friends typically one of that more favoritized teams on social media, kind of coming in at a little bit of a stronger point, taking away that kind of victory in one of those games. But then compared to Bulldog, it's it gets a little tricky. But today games, it is I believe Verdant versus Nook, and towards the side of Nook, I'm not feeling that great.
Not feeling that great. Gizmo, what's your take on today? I know you watch a lot of the games behind the scenes. You're going to have some opinions. Yeah. What's your take on the matchup we're seeing at the moment?
I mean, I see. The thing is, I have a soft spot for Nook. I feel like they can come back in a lot of these games. They've looked good at certain points, especially their top side. I think Josh Kang really had some great performances. Verdant are the stronger team coming in. However, they've got a new jungler coming in. Podex was their sort of engage go button and did try and make those plays early on. And they never really converted into actual kills and able to snowball their game. So now with Mali coming in as their new jungler, hopefully they might be able to make those plays actually last and pull them off. But yeah, I feel like it's a close matchup. I mean, this is probably one of the closest matchups in the league, really.
Let's start with the team that haven't picked up an official win yet in Nuclear Vikings, if you get those rosters up on the screen. Evan, we've seen them struggle in a number of games. They've got leads, but they've had a few issues when it comes to closing them out.
Yeah, a few issues coming to closing them out. Laning phase, not particularly strong, as we've noticed recently with the stuff like the Varus, the Karma, the Varus, the Rakan, having a little bit of struggles snowballing as Gizmo and like you said, and going more towards that 15-20 minutes mark, when people are rotating out of lane, quests are done, your AD is slowly going to mid, your top lane is going to bot, kind of off that tempo, it seems like they're struggling.
They really do. Gizmo, I know you've loved Josh Kang, you've said he's had some good games, but today, do you think others are going to have to step up around him?
Yeah, I mean, he's very much good at pushing that tempo, right? He's really fast at making those calls, making those engages happen. It's just whether or not it's enough to get his team through the early game stages and then get them to a point where they're carrying. Their bot line have tended to fall behind early, and he's had to invest a lot of time into that, which has then put him further behind. So hopefully in this game, his bot lane can sort of step up and try and help him carry his lead into that mid game state, and then have that support from mid and top, which have been pretty good standing, really.
Yeah, and shout out to Scooby McDoobert do as we had on the screen. He has been running that charity. So far this split, every death is 50p going towards the RSPCA. I would say that pot might be looking pretty big at the moment with some of their performances, but maybe today the dogs will not be so happy if they have their way Nuclear Vikings. Let's move on to Verdant, because I've been a Verdant hater personally. I know Frisky behind the scenes, he's not happy with my takes on them. Coach Frisky, he thinks I'm a hater. He's right. Gizmo, what do you think? These changes in the roster, they had Podex, they had Smolcon, they've replaced them with Mali and Walker. How do you think this is going to go down today? Are they going to pick up their second win, having already beaten Rise?
So I'm a bit unsure how this is going to happen, because obviously Mali coming in is the big question mark here, right? We've seen what Podex can do, but really it seemed like Podex was the go button. So now not having that, switching out that person that seemed to be that early game starting. I mean, Verdant have normally, in the last couple of games that I've watched, I've looked, for those engages 12 minutes into the game where sort of they've already lost that bit of a gold lead. So with Mali coming in, maybe we'll see that go button start earlier. But to be honest, in those games, it seemed like it was Podex sort of pushing that engage. So with him stepping back, does that mean that Mali will come in and do that? Obviously, with Smallcon leaving and Walker coming in, Walker more of an enchanter player at the moment, has sort of been that priority, whereas Con could have played those engagers as well. So maybe we'll see more of that Caitlyn Karma, Varus, that sort of stuff in the bot side, which both of these teams seem to have a priority towards. But honestly, I feel like it's a step up from the bot side. I feel like we need that across both teams, and whoever has that alongside this jungle is what's going to come and get the victory really here.
I think Verdant, they need to start putting some on the board, because we saw Rise. I think you mentioned the Broad Bulldog game, Evan. You might have missed the Rise took a game, which is one of the other teams in this sort of relegation discussion. They took a game off of Broad and Friends as well. Verdant, they had the 2 over Rise. Going into this today, are you sitting there thinking they should be the favourites? As we, do you think that we've seen problems with both of the teams that we can, all of us here seem to be able to point to, but they seem to be struggling to solve it in game. For you, obviously we're going to go to predictions in a minute. They'd have to bring it up, yeah. But with Verdant and their strengths of schedule, you think they should pick up a win today?
I think they should pick up a win in theoretics, but I'm always kind of on that fence about this situation, right? We've looked at the games last week. We were there. We can see the kind of performance that came out of it. As Gizmo said so lovely, this bot side just needs to step up. Kind of Josh Kang's tempo being a little bit flustered because of it, playing that more poke style. Their front of engage is just not there. They're playing those enchanter bot lanes, both of these teams, they would say, but I kind of want to see how they may be able to go off that quote-unquote solo queue team comp and kind of move towards a more cohesive, more proactive version. And, if they're able to play past 15 minutes, they might take the win today.
I think both teams, they've struggled to close out. Verdant struggled against Bulldog Academy, if I remember correctly. There was a game where Podex, the jungler of old, had a great Neferi performance, and they didn't manage to make it happen. And I think, again, both Verdant and Nuclear Vikings want to show that they can actually translate leads into wins. So let's move on to our predictions for today. We've obviously had maybe a split on the desk a little bit if it comes up soon, because I know what I've got. I'll wait for them to pop up. And here they are. You guys have gone for 1-1, and I'm here, full Verdant hater, with the 2-0 for the Nuclear Vikings. I'll start with you, Evan. Defend yourself. Defend yourself for this 1-1, because I think, just aside, Bandit, who's on, spoiler alert, might be on later, he said a 1-1 is a boring prediction. What do you say about that?
No, yeah, boring may be true, but we need to think about what the facts are saying. Yeah, it may be boring, but they played a comp that just lost against a team that purely pressed R, and they respectfully didn't perform. So, in that terms, saying 2-0, I think, might be a little crazy.
I can see where you're going for again. Maybe I let my emotions get ahead of me. Gizmo, you've also gone 1-1. You're also boring in the eyes of the Bandit, man.
It's the first
You've
one
got to
I've
defend
done.
yourself
It's
as
the
well.
first
I'm not letting
1-1.
you off.
Right, I was going to save my first 1-1 for a Broad and Friends game, because we know that they're going to go 1-1. But I decided this 1-1. It's granted, this was before a new Podex was out, right? This is before that change, which might have actually skewed me to go more for Nook, right? Because realistically, the way I see it is Nook are improving little by little on each game, right? And this is probably the best chance they have to pick up a win. They have best matchup for them in the bot side. I feel like Josh Kang is a really strong jungler, high in, at least top 5 on my radar. So I feel like he's really strong in that, and so I feel like he can push the tempo. We've not really seen them take a head in the early stages against most teams. I feel like Nook, they've had those chances in those games to take away the early lead. It's converting that, and I think that with a simple to execute comp, they should be able to sail through that. I know Verdant have had a tendency to sort of pick like some solo queue based drafts where they're like picking for lane matchups and stuff like that, and therefore there's a lack of cohesiveness in my eyes. So I feel like that opens the door for the Nuclear Vikings to take the lead. But we'll have to see. I feel like if I'd known Mali was coming in and it was a new jungler, we don't know the chemistry of it, I would have gone Nook for 2-0. I'll be honest. But either way, I'll stick with the 1-1 for now.
I personally have a few informants in certain camps in the UKEL, and I've heard the Nuclear Vikings are quietly confident today. That's what I will say. I think that, for me, just to say, I wish them the best. This is more of a hope prediction from me. I'm meant to be an analyst, but I've gone with my heart on this one. And we'll have to see if that works. But I just want to bring up, while we're still waiting for draft to come, I'm going to start with you, Gizmo. Do you have a matchup here? Looking down these two teams, this is a bit off the top of your head, but is there a matchup here you're really looking for to break open this game? Because it is a series that I think we could be looking at. If Nuclear Vikings pick up another win somewhere else, we're discussing Verdant, if they lose today, in that same discussion, for the relegation slot. What do you think is the matchup? As production like to shame me a lot, it would appear, and I will be dealing with that behind the scenes. But a matchup. Back to the topic. Back to the topic at hand. What do you think is the sort of the matchup of the day? Whether it's bot lane, mid, top, or jungle. What do you think is where we should be looking at for at least this game one?
I think it's mid jungle. I think Josh Kang and Elling have played very well together. Sometimes there's been a slight communication issue, but for the most part, it's been pretty strong. I think that Influentic and Melly coming in, they've not had time to build that chemistry, right? They've not had time to understand that. So I feel like early 2v2 fighting around mid could go messy because they haven't had a chance to build that relationship yet. And I think that also just Influentic into Elling would be an interesting matchup anyway, because I know Influentic, they've had some interesting picks in draft. There was a lovely Yon into a Kali incident. And I feel like there might be a chance to exploit some of those picks, because I feel like, there's a chance for Elling to push his lead a bit hard in these games. I know that, the bot side has sort of let them down previously, but Elling has normally had a decent game around Josh Kang's early lead. So I feel like investing back into that mid lane instead of trying to cover this bot side could be a big win for them.
Well, here's where you're saying it's going to be around mid jungle. Do you disagree with that, Evan, or do you want to sort of focus in on anywhere else? What's your thoughts as we go into this matchup? The sort of intricacies that we're going to see when it comes to it being laid on the Rift.
I mean, I could sing the same song with Gizmo and say that there's probably, in fact, going to be mid jungle. That's going to be kind of the rotate together, decide how the tempo is played within the game, go for that Drake stacking and see what you can kind of do. But I don't know, my heart has to go out for the bot lane here. It's going to be pretty much make or break for both of these teams. I know they've had their struggles. I know we've talked quite a lot today on the desk about how it's going to come into facts, but I feel like even if it's a little bit of a side eye, we need to be looking out on that Scooby. I mean, playing Braum in solo queue, Braum did get a nerf, but it's his damage in late game, so I don't really think it's that kind of coherent as the champ. I still think the champ's quite strong, and I'm hoping he plays it today.
And we're very soon, I believe, almost now going into draft, and we're here. You only get to see me on the screen for a little bit longer. Joke's on you, I'll be back later. But either way, we're getting into draft, and the first ban is Zahen. A bit unusual, maybe a target towards Mali in the mid lane. We've seen a lot of bans of Kennen and things like this against Shush. What are you expecting a little bit early on? Have you guys kept track of what these guys have been playing in terms of new patch, or are we just expecting the same old Kennen and then maybe a ban against Josh Kang Lee Sin, something like that?
Yeah, I'm expecting, standard bans. You might see a ban towards sign-up sprinters, Udyr, that has had a buff recently. I personally don't think it's worth investing the ban into, but, that's take away someone's one trick, that's fine. I feel like, Varus is also, we're seeing high priority, Yunara as well. I feel like these teams are going to be trading 1-for-1 on that, so a little bit of Caitlyn as well. So, you can look at, trying to secure yourself a better ADC pick. To be honest, I'm fed up with these enchanters in the bot side. I'll say it. I feel like we've all felt it. As a support player, I'm just fed up of it. It's not entertaining. And I feel like these teams, if anything, they need a little bit of spice in the mix. Put a bit of engage in there. Put a bit of engage in this bot side, and then maybe we might see a bit of a stronger side. A bit of engage can also have a bit of appeal. You can go for a Thresh, you can go for a Khan, have a bit more of both worlds. But I feel like it's something that might do these teams a little bit well, just to play a bit more standard, because adding that enchanter in has a different dynamic, puts a lot of stress on the jungle role and top role to be that engage. And when, picks like Rumble are coming up quite often in the top side without that engage, puts a lot of pressure on the other roles.
You want setup as well for your team.
Easy to execute. That's the word of today. Easy to execute.
Ease of execution, simplicity. Exactly. Those are our words of the day, if that's what you're into. I will say Verdant did drop a ban in the first phase. They were running a little bit late, so unfortunately they had to have lost that one. That sometimes makes draft a little bit harder and sometimes a little bit easier with picks left open. We've seen the Vi and the Ari ban now on the side of Verdant Academy. Varus, Yanara, and Zehen on the side of Nuclear Vikings. Evan, first pick. There's a few strong picks. Usually it's the Varus. We see usually Varuses and these things often, maybe a mid as well first pick here. But everything kind of seems to be up that's strong. Wukong. Where do you want to go from here?
Now, I'm not too surprised. Oh, sorry, Gizmo. I'm not too surprised about the jungle coming out here on B1 for Nook. I mean, I think jungle B1, it's either jungle. I mean, you can either blindside something like a Cassante top or Zahim, but that was banned from the side of Nook. I think Wukong here, especially when something like maybe Talia is open. I'm not too familiar on the players here, so I'm kind of just guessing towards what they would play, kind of that is easy to execute. But Rob, tell me what you think of the Rumble pick.
No, I'm going to try Rumble. This you wanted an Udyr, Gizmo. He's gone absolutely not. I'm still picking what is the premier top laner on the patch. So maybe your hope of Engage as well comes through, because we did see it was off stream the last Verdant game. I don't know if you've caught on this. Walker played an Engage champion in that game. He played a Rel. So shock horror, it's a possibility. Zinzal, Gizmo, break this down, because at the moment we're seeing ease of execution across the board. It's coming through.
It is coming through, and we are seeing them play the Enchantress again, so I'm a little bit disappointed here. All right, and we're also seeing the top laner which I just think has not performed in UKEL, the Rumble. I'll be honest, I've not seen it really pop off that much, especially with these lower bracket teams. I've not really seen it shine through, so I feel like it's going to get matched with a tank. So you've really got to ban out for that. Ornn, Sion, stuff like that has really been showing its priority over it in those lanes. Oh, yeah, of course we see the counter pick. So,
you wanted Engage. You wanted Engage. You're
so
getting none
boring.
of it. You're getting none of it. Okay. You're not getting your Engage. You're not getting your ease of execution. They're kiting back. They're enchanting some people. But it will be two Deathpool comps, potentially, with Karma and Seraphine being the two enchanters, right? So there's a possibility here. What are we wanting to round out this draft? We're seeing bans come through. What are you wanting to see, Evan? Maybe for the side Nuke Vikings and for Verdant, Gizmo. Give me some picks. Let's start with you, Evan.
I just think Cassante, to be honest. I think Cassante kind of rounds us out a little bit, especially with Wukong. I mean, maybe we're looking at something like a Sion as well. I think Sion works kind of well into this. He may get a little bit blown up by the Zinzal Karma, but it's just such a boring draft. I'm going to be so honest.
It's UKL. We're playing another Brexit composition, maybe, Gizmo. But
it's enchanters all over and all over.
It's fine because there's still hope, right? Nuclear Vikings, they've picked the Ashe Seraphine, right? Who said it's that way round? Who said that it's not Seraphine APC, right? We've said it before. Okay, put the Ashe in the support role and build Serpent's Fang on it. Okay, that way then you get a little bit of carry, right? And a bit of fun.
Rob's not happy with that one. Rob's not happy.
I don't like the hopium.
Rob's not happy.
I'm not a man of hopium at the moment. I think you're really huffing it. But Verdant, they got to round out their draft. They banned the Shush Nar and the Galio. What are you thinking they're wanting here to maybe round this one out in mid lane at least?
I think they were really hungry for the Orianna, I'll be honest. I feel like that's the go-to standard, but obviously with that being banned away, I'm sort of just expecting it just to go to a normal sort of either mage, you're looking at like Syndra, maybe Ryze. But it will be a bit of an AP heavy comp, so maybe they decide to go for the Yone that they keep seeing from them. We've seen a few of those scattered picks of the AD side, so maybe we'll start to see that. But I think we're more or less likely just to see that the standard, Syndra, maybe even a Talia, just thinking about it into that. But I'm not biggest fan with it being left this far. I think he could have dropped the Karma, gone the Orianna, get a stronger combo early on.
Israel. They're looking for a counter pick in mid lane, so we'll have to see what Elling wants to bring out blind, because he is usually a melee player with a couple mages as well. But again, that LeBlanc was one of his stronger picks in the past. Harder to blind pick though necessarily. Man, it is going to be two very deathball-y enchanted team comps running into each other.
It's on. Come on.
It's on. It's the Ornn. Yeah, it makes sense. You wanted Cassante, Evan. Ornn kind of functions in a similar way. A lot of people like it into the Rumble as well. And final pick for mid lane.
I will say I've watched back a few of the Rumble games, the sign-ups as well, especially recently. Ornn has got the better of them about 90% in the UKEL. So I feel like priority pick, a bit rough. Also exactly what we wanted from Nuclear Vikings. Like, we wanted that team fight easy to execute at the moment. They've obviously taken notes. This is an R comp, and are they going to take the Talia here?
They're hovering it. Evan, you called it. You said you didn't quite know what they played, but you called it early on. They've gone for Talia here. A little bit surprising, I would say, because you see Ezreal and Rumble on the enemy team, who can kind of interact with her, at least at the beginning of the fight, at long range. Influentic, what does he want?
Yeah, I think the thought process behind this for Nook is the fact that, yes, Verdant Academy is most definitely playing a bit of a more long-range comp, but they just absolutely don't have a pull the trigger kind of aspect to them. Whereas Nook, Ash R, kind of Talia R, Ornn R, they can all just omegally dive. But the Yone pick?
Into Talia?
Into Talia?
He's throwing hands. Man's throwing hands in the mid lane here.
Doesn't care.
Talia this time. I'm not sure about this one. All right, maybe I'll be proved differently, but I feel like that's kind of a rough pick. You know, I feel like they've gone for, again, you know, trying to pick these kind of picks. They've got you know, poking bot lane. They've got their like little bit of engaging jungle. Top side trying to get like lane prior, everything else. I'm not the biggest fan of the Yone, but you know, maybe it's comfort. Maybe they know the matchup. Maybe they've been practicing. You know, when you've got like 1,000 games, you know, like say you're a Lily OTP with 2,000 games, you might know every matchup off the top of your head, and be able to play into the counters, and just say that every lane's fine. But like maybe that's the case.
Desk is throwing hands as well, apparently.
Shout out Jolly BDG. Shout out the owner of Bulldog. I guess while we're doing Nuclear Vikings, Vernon, why don't you, Gizmo? Like, shame that man for being gold 3 with 2,000 games in the middle of this draft. Thank you very much. We're gonna have hate mail coming in my way from the owner of Bulldog soon. Like, cheers. But yeah, you are right. You are correct that you know, they probably have an idea about how to play that matchup. It is surprising though, right, to see the Yone picked up when you see a Deathpool comp with a tankier front line. Yone, however, does generally get a better of like an Ornn on side later, if that's like the lane assignment they go for. Maybe an avenue for them. But you could see my face. I think we all kind of thought it. This matchup in mid lane, maybe you said mid jungle was like a pivotal point here. Do you still believe that with the drafts coming through? Like, can they get the Yone a lead kind of thing? Is that what we're looking at here?
It's going to require a lot of attention, right? And Talia has a lot of outs in the early game, so I feel like it's going to be very hard to push that button. And then going into the late game, you know, if the Talia does get ahead, they've got that ease of execution to try and take it to the side lanes, right? You know, you have the Talia wall, you can just throw it, but obviously Ezreal can jump over it. But you know, Karma's going to be left alone on the other side of the wall. So I feel like there's some nice execution there. We've got basically what we wanted out of the Nuclear Vikings, which is an easy to execute comp. I think the Talia is probably the weakest spot of it, but actually into the matchup, I feel like maybe they've done their prep knowing that they were maybe not going to go for an AP pick here. Into the Yone is more likely, so they picked for lane, predicting that Yone pick. But yeah, I feel like UK Vikings win the draft in my eyes. I'm feeling pretty happy about it. Verdant, they could have done more.
You've answered, Mike, what the age-old question every host always asks his desk. I'll start with you, Evan. Looking at these two drafts, who are you favouring? What are you seeing as the methods each team win? But more importantly, who's going to come away with a dub in the end?
Yeah, I feel like how fights are going to go right now is it's pretty boring. Nuke have a better pull the trigger kind of aspect on Verdant. As soon as that R economy is gone, I feel like they are going to struggle a little bit. So playing around cooldowns is most definitely going to be quite important for them. But kind of in-game, I'm more leaning towards Gizmo's point of I think Nuclear Vikings may take this game away, actually. They've got a easy to pivot comp. The kind of how you want to play it front to back with that ultimate economy is quite simple to kind of pick and look at. So I'm pretty confident with, I think Nuclear Vikings is going to take this first one.
I think we went into this with a checklist, right? Anyone who'd watched these games, do Nuclear Vikings have a stable bot lane so they don't fall out the game early? Would you both agree? Check. Yes, I would say
yeah,
yes.
I would say so.
Ash Seraphine. Do they have ways
of all the players?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm talking about the champions. I'm talking about the champions. They haven't made any
fine.
roster changes, but you know, Ash Seraphine, I would say yes. Are we looking at, you know, mid jungle synergy here? They've gone for a Wukong Talia. Pretty easy to execute. I think we're pretty happy with it. So, are we all leaning towards a Nuclear Vikings win game one?
I think we are. That's not to detract from Verdant's like ability here, right? You know, they have got some ways in, but I do feel like they have to win early to get to that point, because team fight comp like that is so hard to overcome. But yeah, I do think we're going Nuclear Vikings here.
So it looks like the desk. Evan, you're in agreement? You would say yes?
Yeah, I would say I'm in agreement.
The desk is all in favour of Nuclear Vikings game on. We'll have to throw it to the casters, which will be one guy who's not here and another guy that might be a familiar face.
Thank you so much, Rob, as he huddles over back to safety of the caster desk. I think we're in for quite a treat here. And as we were starting to, at the start of the pick and ban, all these verdant believers, and now look how the tides have turned. We're on the high seas in the Vikings comfort zone. Welcome, Rob.
I was gonna say I've changed places. A bit like it's the Mad Hatter's tea party. I'm now in the color caster position, and now with my color caster hat on, damn, I think Nuclear Vikings are actually throwing hands a little bit in this game. One Bandit, they've really come into this with prep. I think they're ready to get their first proper win on the board. It's surprising to me because we've seen a little bit of a mess from them. They go, oh, I don't want to. I'll just play Lee Sin Ari I'll play these more hard as execute comps. I mean, maybe, again, I was on the desk, but you're in agreement, right? This seems like quite an easy-to-play comp, I would say, for Nuclear Vikings.
I think it's reliable. There's not a lot of moving parts, and there is comfort in reliability. There is a lot of redundancy, multiple paths to success, which, despite the fact that could be easy, it should not make them complacent. And that is also maybe the trap in this as well. When there are so many paths to victory, who is going to take charge? We're gonna need a strong captain at the helm to guide this ship through the storm.
And this is something that Nuclear Vikings have struggled with a lot so far this split. They've looked good individually at moments, but again, past that 15-minute point, we haven't seen Josh Kang and Scooby kind of join together. Neither of them have really taken the helm of the Viking ship, as you said. They've not bothered. They've sort of run around and then they get caught and then they lose the lead that they accrued. I think that's probably where we're going to have to look at this game, not just the draft, but the execution and the teamwork that I think has really been missing so far from the Nuclear Vikings camp. But Verdant, they're going a bit crazy. So maybe the Verdant hands diff in 15 minutes and we will have egg on our face.
I think we're going to have to say, on the other hand, if you do look at the Verdant composition, there is potential there. And the ceiling is very, very high. The floor, not as high. However, like you said, if you do manage to get through that early game, if these fights do manage to go long, and they manage to keep their backline safe, they might be set up for success. The success that they have been longing for quite a while now. Now is the moment to seize that opportunity and prove that you still belong in the Four Nations League. Now, as we are getting on the Rift, there is little time to be really getting down this vision. You kind of have to huddle up.
They're getting. Oh my god, there's a fight already happening in both sides.
They seem quite committed to these early trades. It's going to put them at quite a deficit. Might have to put in a recall there, meaning you're either going to be sitting on half HP, guzzling down your pots, and that seems to be the preferred route here.
This has always been a concern with Nuke's bot lane. They generally take poor trades early on and they end up getting frozen out of a lane where they end up going down 20, 30 CS. So already seeing those play patterns of old creeping in Bandit, not the greatest start. I just want to point out here that this is a very important matchup for both teams. Nuclear Vikings really need to win this to give themselves a chance to maintain their position within the league. They are almost at a point here where they are running out of teams to beat who are around them in the standings. And for Verdant, this really does solidify them with 2 wins against Rise and then what would be Nuclear Vikings of staying in the league. So I think this first game very, very scary for Verdant if you do end up dropping it, because every point matters in this league in that relegation battle. And you already see here, these play patterns of Old Bandit. Level 1, Nuclear Vikings are off the wave and they're already struggling in bot side.
Yeah, it is. They're being put under a lot of pressure here. And I think the only saving grace is that the fact this Sins out is pathing or away from the bottom lane. However, when that is being mirrored by your own jungle, you're also kind of stuck on an island, and this bottom lane duo that is supposed to dominate is struggling just that little bit.
We do like Ashe Seraphine. Oh, there's a bit of a fight, just trades back and forth in mid. We do like Ashe Seraphine, when it gets a bit later in that sort of, Seraphine gets a couple items online or an item and a half, and they start deathballing up with this Wukong and with this Ord and the Ashe damage and the Chile damage behind it. But until you get to that stage, you do have to say, you've got to get through the Karma lane. And at the moment, the wave is now pushing away from them. This is where I was going to look personally, because I think both of these bot lanes have had a hard time in the league. And at the moment, the bot lane of Verdant are coming out on top. And as you're saying, with junglers pathing away, they're not going to get any help that soon. Although...
You have to keep in mind as well, as we're skirmishing in top lane, that might be a risky predicament with a Rumble who is so notorious for his laning dominance, if not treated with care. But look at the other side of the map for Nuclear Vikings, right? This is not a, oh, our bot lane is just chilling, they can fall behind and we'll carry through top lane. There are a lot of eyes on this bot lane, and it's going to start pretty rocky. Now, can they punish a early overextended jungler? Flash already invested as we're switching around over the map, bringing it down, first blood down, but now the top laners are getting mixed up into these mid lane skirmishes, but it's just some scary looks as Nuclear Vikings are getting away with first blood.
I was going to say, it looked a bit discoordinated from the side of Verdant. Mali ends up dashing into the Talia stun, which really does seal his fate. Wentic can't help him, and Silent Sprinter's a little late. It also gives a reset over to the top laner of Shush. Like, now the Ornn has been able to come back into this lane. You know, it was harder early on. He gets that null magic mantle. The lane does get progressively easier for the Ornn as he goes towards that Cainic Rukun. So any moment that Shush can get resets and get items and get HP back is huge. And now he's able to tussle with the Rumble in the top lane a little bit.
Yeah, it will cost him dearly despite the null magic mantle. These longer trades where the Rumble gets to overheat maybe not once, maybe twice, are really ending out in his favor unless he pushes it too far. But it's not only the top lane that is looking to ease up, as another overheat has to be dodged. Now that we have the first reset in this Ezreal, this murderous early game that Ezreal can have, is also dying down just a little bit, freeing up the map all over the place. And as I'm saying it, they're taking care of Walker, who is making a very costly roam to the mid lane.
I think this is just, again, you want to be active. You want to feel like you're being, you know, out on that map as the support of Verdant. And that just costs you your life. And now, Influentic.
They're not done yet, as they have it. A mark on the mid lane once more, saying like, oh, we really like this inspired style of play. Let's add on to it. No summoners waited in the second part, but the pressure is ramping up. And Nuclear Vikings are showing that if you are leaving gaps, they are more than willing to crash through them.
And they're getting this first dragon as well. Josh Kang is someone that a lot of people have looked at and said, yes, Nuclear Vikings haven't shown a performance that has resulted in a win, but Josh Kang has been really quite good for this team so far this split. And we're seeing it already. He's the one with the 2 kills, Bandit, as Mali's looking at top, but there shouldn't be any action coming out here. But yeah, Josh Kang, he's been the catalyst to try and get these early leads for Nuclear Vikings. He's done it again. And this bot lane we had worries about, you know, 3 minutes ago when there was a huge push into them. It's now the CS. Yes, it's a 5 CS difference, but we're not talking about 5 CS and a kill. Wait, what is Mali doing?
Movement. There's no support at all from the side of Verdant to back up their invading jungler. And Mali will be biting the dust. And this discoordination seems to ripple through the entirety of the early game.
It's been twice now. Mali has made a bit of a silly mistake. He can't be walking in there. You know that the Wukong is kind of matching your pathing somewhat. He has now kind of inverted it, but still, you know the Wukong's going to be around that area. If there's any idea of vision, you know, you're just dead if you walk in like that. And what we find is, well, you are dead. Mali gives over another kill. It's a kill over to Shush now instead of the Wukong, distributing those resources. Elling's slowly having a bit of a harder time in mid, you would say, in terms of the trades, but he's still up a decent chunk of CS and has that reset. There's not much else out on the map at the moment.
Yeah, this is my favorite part of the game. It's the scuttle fight, and they don't have vision. No priority in mid lane. This might be a skerfuffle finally in favor of Verdant. Cyclone Invested has to go for the emergency exit. If even the Fate Shield can't get the job done, that is a little deep for my taste. And there's no escape when Nuclear collapses, and Verdant once again desperate to get something done on the map, and it bites them in the behind.
And Verdant, you know, they've made these roster changes. There's been rumors, you know, who's going to be playing jungle. Well, Mali today is struggling, and now Influentic, who is meant to be this man of the point of power for the side of Verdant, makes a mistake and gives another kill over. I said on the desk, I've heard Nuclear Vikings are quietly confident for today, and it's kind of showing in this early game so far. They're up to 4 kills. They've got to respect this gank though here.
Yeah, they have nothing left to prove throughout this early game. All eyes on Verdant to make up for earlier misplays. Is this the moment for them to take charge of the situation? They get a good chunk off it. It's gonna remain with that, and that's more time invested, getting very little out of it.
And now you see in this top lane matchup, Shush, he's got that Spectre's Cowl. It's a lot harder to force him out the lane. The early lane dominance of Rumble has subsided, so he can now get that push in top. The Wukong is up, 4-5 camps eventually once he takes his top side. We'll have to see what they want to do for this sort of Grubs fight. The resets have come
Just
through.
take a look at the items right now.
Yeah,
This
it's a Trinity Force.
is
I didn't even see that.
Wukong
Trinity Force.
Already on the Trinity Force. Grubs only just spawned, and he is channeling a monster performance. And we said, who's going to take charge on the side of Nuclear Vikings? And to me, it is very clear who is standing on the top of the totem pole right now.
And Verdant, they're giving this over. At least they're going to give over a couple Grubs. They know we don't really have the resources. You said Trinity Force completed. Do you want to fight into that? Absolutely not. So he's just going to take his camps here, Mali. Elling as well, dissuading any kind of entry. They're going to get all 3 Grubs. They've got the first dragon. A fight in bot side.
Might go right. Flash has to be invested from Kobe to get him out to safety. But can they push him back under tower? Really back and forth, ebb and flow without a Nami in the bottom lane. And in the end, despite Verdant getting these proper trades, it stays stuck with that. There's no translation to big advantages throughout this bot lane, even though the components are there.
Yeah, we see the components. We do see a small lead, but again, it's not a lead that makes us start worrying for Nuclear Vikings. If anything, we're looking at going, well, now if you're Verdant, you've got to find some advantages. Is a 10 CS lead in bot lane enough? I wouldn't say that it is. So you do need to start making plays elsewhere. And at the moment, the rest of your team are going, well, Zinzal's going, I don't have my Sunder Sky completed. There's a Karma roaming mid, but
yeah, it's
died once before.
It's a little retry from earlier. Now the skills are landing, but Elling is still standing strong. And you can tell there's just no damage available currently. Enchanted Crystal Arrow a little late, just saying hi, shooing away any stragglers. And once again, all these small expeditions to get something done on the map, they're not finding any bait.
And now they've burnt, that Fate Sealed, the dragon coming up in 30 seconds. Talia might be half HP, but you've got a Wukong full HP with Cyclone. Ashara down, sure. But you've got the strong jungler you need to maybe contest this. And Verdant are resetting on this timer. Dragon will spawn, and it should be Nuclear Vikings there first, even with the vision control that Verdant have.
Mali is getting back out on the map and is still not completed a full item. Contesting this dragon is close to suicide, and Verdant, not even 11 minutes in the game, so restricted in their options. They might have to brute force a play with just sheer numbers advantage, but that requires a big sacrifice from top.
And is it a sacrifice you want to make when, your TP is coming up, so you do have that chance, but Ornn is right in your face. Going to be hard for Synapse to contest. And despite them getting that vision down early, Verdant give over the second dragon. Nuclear Vikings, they're 2,000 gold up at the moment, Bandit. This is not a sentence that has been said many times so far in this, in this split, but it's happening now in Game 1 versus Verdant. A crucial game for Nuclear Vikings to win, a crucial sort of best of 2 for them to win, and they've shown up today so far.
And it's the way they do it as well. Whilst they were doing that dragon, there was nothing on the map to really trade for Verdant. They were in no position to really pressure these side lanes. They're standing there, hoping to see an opening, but Nuclear Vikings are not giving it to them. And if this trend continues throughout the entire mid-game as well, it might be a death by 1,000 cuts if Verdant don't adjust their course.
And at the moment, it's just they're forcing. They just know they can go here, Nuclear Vikings.
Now look
Mali
how
shouldn't
impossible
fight.
they're making the life for Mali here. As the Cyclone gets invested, 3 men from Verdant have to be pulled down to even address the situation, to save the life of their junglers. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, we finally gotten to a climax, and it's not coming from Verdant. It is Nuclear Vikings continuing their earlier trends of global domination. They are getting a taste of success, and it tastes good.
They have not taken their foot off the gas for a second this game. At least Josh Kang hasn't. He's in the jungle. He's forcing Mali out. He burns the Rumble ultimate. They're never going to die. Mali can't dash back in. He's way too, weak at that point in time. And then on the other side, his bot lane are winning. Nuclear Vikings this game 1 are looking really strong. If you are Verdant, you do need to start thinking about, well, can we contest this third dragon? Honestly, probably not with the gold lead we've seen. We're going to have to fight for that soul in 10 minutes. Well, not 10 minutes, but, 8 minutes time. And they can play on mid. Belling should live here.
Yeah, another Fate Seal invested, but once again, there's backup from the side of Nuclear Vikings, and they are looking to lay down the law upon Verdant once more. And time again, they are not seeing the job through till the end. And in a time where Verdant should maybe be prioritizing de-escalation, trading across the map, getting gold onto their carries, instead they're trying to brute force it. And, well, I think we can safely say the 7th time is not the charm.
They've brute forced onto Elling twice. He's had flash both times and not had to burn it. That just shows how little damage and how little lockdown realistically there is on the side of Verdant early on in these games. And Shu, she's looking for a solo kill top. This is the issue with this matchup. Once you do start getting some magic resist online on the Ornn, he becomes too strong to handle for the Rumble. And now we're seeing even the top lane, which is up, 15, 16 CS, is now going to go very hard in the favor of Nuclear Vikings with item completions. If you are Verdant, you're going to have to start coming together and really looking for either a pick. Quite hard to do. Look at your composition. How are you really locking them down? It's a fate sealed or what? Karma route?
And it's a tough situation to be in as Verdant, because the one thing that we have been a bit critical of is their ability to really play together. And in my eyes, the only way out of a situation like this is to really come together and brute force overload one of these plays to make sure it goes your way, just to get something going your way. However, there are these small little corporations that are not getting the full investment they really deserve to push the edge in their favor. And that just puts them deeper down the hole.
And they're now making a play top here, Nuclear Vikings.
They're still not done yet.
He's just dead. It's just going bad to worse for Verdant. Josh Kang out everywhere on the map. Every lane for Nuclear Vikings winning. This fight in bot side.
You gotta be careful though. There's a teleport coming in.
It's a Ezreal TP. It's not even anyone who can really affect the fight a lot. And it's just Verdant unable to make plays happen. Mali's looking still to force them off this bot turret. But is this really enough to get you back into the game? Not really when you've already lost your top laner. Looking mid lane, there's a bit of a scuffle there. But again,
and it's an empty jungle as well.
Yeah,
like,
there's just nothing to take. There's nothing for Verdant to do, Bandit. There's no
there's no
take.
Oh, here is something for your time, my lord.
Yeah,
a little num-num for the road. No, he has to go back empty-handed. Meanwhile, the Herald is already being started and it's being taken down swiftly. And where has Nuclear Vikings been like this? It's a completely reinvigorated version of the team that are looking to bring the hurt.
If we saw shades of this in previous games, and a lot of people going, when are they going to pick up their first win? I mean, this isn't a win yet. We shouldn't, count out Verdant just yet, but it's looking pretty likely. 8-0 on the scoreboard does say
They've been here before.
They've been here before, we will say. I think, against Absolved in the first week, they had, a 3-kill KL at, 5-10 minutes, and it was still not a victory for the Vikings. So there's chances for a throw, but at the moment, you'd be giving them a lot of... put them in the lead, right? They're 3k ahead. And I'm just so excited that we get to see what we thought this roster could be, or at least see them have a bit of a spark of life. Because right now, the Dragons spawned. They're walking in here. Verdant are here first, but the numbers, the gold, they're going to be in favor of Nuclear Vikings very soon.
Yeah, but Nuclear Vikings have to get going right now. This is going down pretty quick, but here they are. Cavalry has arrived, and they are charging down Verdant. Sound the trumpets. Vikings are on the hunt.
Mali 0-4-0. We didn't get to see him play their previous game. That was off stream, and he's not having a great time of it in the one that is on the stream itself. Elling's just styling on him at this point in time. He will struggle, but he's still alive. He's still alive because of the Rod of Ages.
And finally having to invest the flash, hold on for that for so long. And this time held on to it for just a little too long. Finally, Wolka gets the job done together with Influentic. They're on the board.
They're on the board, but they've lost bot turret for the pleasure. And Chobi, he's being run down.
Rundown has to arcane shift back into safety. Tries to send out a few shots to scare off any chase potential. Not really getting the job done. Here comes our top laner looking for revenge, trying to bail out his bottom lane. And they are looking to tighten the tweezers around Nuclear Vikings. Despite a large skill discrepancy, still only looking at roughly 3k deficit. Definitely surmountable, but it has to card summon soon.
It really does. They need to start. I mean, they didn't get that dragon right when they were the first ones on it. They gave over the Infernal Dragon, so they are going to have to fight this soul in 3 minutes. Are they going to be strong enough? I would say it's pretty close. Kobe needs his mana immune. I think you also need to get Night in Completion on Synapse Sprint as well. However, can they look for maybe a play onto, Josh Kang? He's been playing very aggressive in their faces in the jungle, and they are starting to even up the kind of item discrepancy. He hasn't got that Sun
This
Sky
I do like
yet.
to see.
They are grouping,
This
though.
I do
They're
like
playing
to see
together.
because they are finding each other. They are grouping up, and it's only a matter of time before they find some straggling Viking. But they're pretty clean with it. They're finally getting some vision into the jungle. You like to see the potential once again is there. The execution is not at this moment unless they can put up a collapse properly this time. With Josh Kang lurking from the shadows.
It is a concern that we have for the Verdant draft, I will say, is that what is their pick potential here? It really is on like a Fate Sealed or an Overstep from a Viking rather than it being a proactive play coming out from, say, an Engage support we asked for. There's an Engage coming in for
Big Fate
Influente.
Sealed landing, and this Herald might be turning on its side, but it's just a little muted, a little dampened by the overwhelming advantages that Nuclear Vikings have taken away from Verdant as they are no longer safe under their tower. And man, even though it looked like an opening, they're getting the door slammed shut right on their nose.
Very surprising Engage from Influentic there. You think, okay, maybe just give the turret. He does force them off. But in the end, Talia supports. Talia is there. This is what this champion does. She comes on from the side lane where she's playing, walls straight in, and she's able to pick up Walker and get the turret for them. So in the end, despite looking like a great 3-man Fate Sealed, there's not enough damage yet. There's not enough follow-up. And Verdant end up being the losers out on the play that they initiated. And when that's happening, it's very, very difficult to be able to make, more plays happen when your main tool is gone. Kobe, he's stepping up a bit far in mid again.
Yeah, he's very aggressive. Not 2 items just yet. It's going to cost him dearly. These full items for Ashe are really paying off. And no respect from Verdant to the AD carry with more completed items.
Ashe,
You thought counting to 3 was difficult? No.
You're asking for a 1v1 against a fed Ashe, as you said, 2 items when you're an Ezreal without mana immune. I think you're asking for a beating. Stepping up that far, maybe needs to check the inventory next time. But I will say, good on Haggle Boy. He's had a rough split, so him getting a kill here, he feels pretty good. If you are Verdant, you can't even stand around this Baron. Mali, you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, they're looking to catch this jungler. Mahi caught once again. And with no jungler out there, they are setting their sights onto the Baron. This Rumble still has no teleport. This might be going very profitable for the Vikings.
This is like League by numbers, Bandit. Nuclear Vikings have just played the plays that have presented to them, and they've benefited every single time. They're going to pick up the big purple worm. They're going to be able to start pushing in, 1-4 with Talia playing on the 1 and rejoin the fight. Yes, side out Sprinter, you get bot turret. But that's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things with how strong the Vikings are. They're going to reset, come back out on the map. As long as they make sure their lane assignments are good and they don't do this old school 1-3-1, Nuclear Vikings are going to put a stranglehold on the map and choke Verdant out. Verdant are getting desperate already. They now need to start forcing his 5.
One word for the Nuclear Vikings. Decisive. Every play they've made, they've committed to. It felt like they've been on the same page from the start of this game, and it is paying off in a big way. Now with Soul on the map, they are looking to make things even worse for the Verdants.
Verdant really have to fight. I don't know how they win the game if this Soul goes over with the Baron buff still on the side of Nuclear Vikings. Verdant have got to go, and they've got to go now.
They have to push up, but they're so spread out. It's so thin, and the Cyclone is the perfect engage tool for Nuclear Vikings. Where's the damage? The Dragon gets stolen, and they have a little bit of hope left, but this team fight can still go awry. The chase has been started, and the Verdants are being hunted to extinction. Cleared off the map, but no soul for the Nuclear Vikings. However, a Baron is still on their name.
So they give over 4 members to steal that Drake. It gives them a little bit more time, but it doesn't give them many structures left on the map with this Baron still up. They're going to take mid turret. They're going to take mid inhib. And now the Vikings, yes, they gave over the Drake, but does it really matter? They can get all this standing gold. They're feeling really good here, Bandits. They're on the cusp. They're on the cusp of their first win in the UKEL 4 Nations for the beginning, the first split of the year. And it's all come off the back of that man in the jungle. Let's just shout him out quickly. Josh Kang has had a phenomenal game from start to finish. He's dragging his team to that first victory.
Yeah, and he has been getting the support not only in the early game, but syncing up with his mid laner, putting up the hurt, bringing the pain to Molly, who has not been allowed to play the game since that first slip up. Now Talia feeling herself even more, but no support for you this time around. Gonna cost you dearly. A shutdown going over to Synapse Sprinter. But on the other side of the map, they are bleeding.
They absolutely are. A little bit, you know, not unlucky, but a little bit of an overstep from Elling. It does make this push a little bit less potent. Not 2 lanes, just 1. If you are Verdant, this is your time to maybe look for something. But never mind, the Nuclear Vikings, they're going.
Coming through. It's just the 3 from Verdant, and it's the Nuclear Vikings who smell weakness. Absolutely pounce on the opportunity. Yeah, they're getting some towers in return, but they still have Baron. They can still be pushing forward. Now the bases are coming through. Now they can make a stand, but it's a little too late. And the charms are coming through. Encore puts down the Vikings. But now Yone, when he finally reaches it, he can really start making short work of the remnants of Nuclear Vikings, already roughened up by his teammates. It is not pretty, but they are holding. We're getting a lot of towers. The shutdowns are counting up. Bottom line, was that a favorable play?
Verdant, they are still in the game. I would say the map has been kind of, you know, even more broken for the Nuclear Vikings now. You know, taking that top inhib, the Drake in 2.5 minutes, the Baron at the same time. It does mean that Nuke can have their kind of choice of where they want to play if they want that soul or their Baron. So yes, a little slip up in the base, but it could have been a lot worse if Verdant were there first.
As well.
If Verdant were there,
the bounties on the towers, is actually. The benefits are quite stacking up, and now that we are seeing these spikes coming through, these full items being finished, and the third one laying in wait for Kobe, you're gonna have to be a little cautious in these next fights. Nuclear Vikings, you're close, but you're not there just yet. They gotta stay calm, cool, collected, finish the game just the way they started it.
I think if they take, you know, at this point, if it's a 5 versus 5, we did see there, it was a little bit concerning the fact that they did end up dropping and they didn't end up being able to finish the game despite picking the Karma first. So they do have to be a bit wary, but you should expect them to take a strong 5-5 fight. The Seraphine, the 2 item completions, as you said, the item of Songs plus Echoes of Helia, that's an insane sustain through most of the damage coming out from Verdant. Just bring it home. Bring it home, Nuclear Vikings. Don't sit there and try and do anything funky with like a 1-3-1. Get your members on the map. They have done that already. Ash is still in mid. But why is Synapse? He's just too far up.
Yeah, there's no way to get him back into safety. And 4 into 5 is not the situation you want to be in when you're already down 6k gold. They are not laying down just yet, pushing up even further. But that means Nuclear Vikings are spread a little thin. Where is the backup? Cyclone has to get it done, but they are not getting the damage through. The Fate Seal is putting up a proper stand, but Nuclear Vikings have finally found a way onto the backline. But they're not finding these kills just yet. Once again, split up. Can Verdant capitalize? The answer is yes, and it's coming from Influentic, who did it before, and now once more putting Nuclear Vikings into the dust, breathing life into Verdant with a pentakill.
The man in the mid lane for Verdant, we said that is where we're going to be looking. That's where the power lies for the team in green. He comes up absolutely huge in a crucial fight. What could have been the final push for the Nuclear Vikings. Silent Sprinter, he dies early, but Influentic, he doesn't care. You see in this fight right at the backside, Haggle Boy, he steps up a bit too far, destroyed by the Swordsman, and then one by one they go in, and Influentic, he's landed multiple great knockups this game, multiple great Fate Seals, got a great one at the beginning of this, and he just kills them one by one. Pentakill for the mid laner of the Verdant. And is this the turning point? We were so worried about Nuclear Vikings, they seem to struggle to close. The Dragon's going to go over as well to Verdant. That's a big thing, delaying the game by a potential another 5 minutes.
Starting in the meantime as well. They don't really
are they starting it yet?
I don't think it's not just it's not starting.
They
look like
they're dancing around it. They need to be more decisive. The control of the game is slipping slightly here. Okay, they're on it. Praise the Lord. Let's see if Verdant contest. They're looking like they're not.
They have no vision whatsoever.
They're giving it over.
I mean, look what they did with the previous Baron. Not all that impressive.
They're struggling
this might be the moment for Verdant to take back control. They've equalized. They've got themselves back in the game, and that earlier cooperation we saw from the Vikings was nowhere to be found in the most important team fight of them all. Is stage fright setting in as they are seeing history repeat itself right in front of them?
That previous fight, Ash wasn't there early. I think if they can get us 5, don't get picked. Wait, Influenting's going in.
It's a blind fade sealed so deep, and that is pretty big investment. He's gonna come out scot-free. That fade seal is gonna take a little bit to back up. Luckily, nothing on the map to really be contested over right now.
No, absolutely not. It could be Nuclear Vikings, you know, the slow march in with the Baron. Arrow lands.
They're hunting for it. And the last of these fights have really not gone the way of Nuclear Vikings, and without their big shoe frontline to keep them safe, to tank all these abilities, roughing them up, they gotta stay collected. They have to keep talking to each other.
They need to make sure that they don't make the mistakes that they've done the previous times of splitting up too much. You know, first fight, Elling dies on bot. The next one, AD carry comes in too late. There is 5. There is 5.
Tower goes down, but look at this. The Yone goes deep.
He's dead.
Very decisive, and he goes straight into the grave with no pentakill potential left in this team fight. Surely, Nuclear Vikings will be cleaning up. It's exactly what they're doing. One whiff of weakness is all it takes for Nuclear Vikings to pounce like murderous madman. And finally, they get it done. In the end, it was enough. Verdant fall to the Vikings in game 1.
And they managed to bring out, I heard again, rumor Vikings camp that they were confident today. They were quietly confident they would pick up not just one game, Bandit. There's another one after this one, and they're confident for taking that one as well. They're looking great in this game 1. The early game, phenomenal. A few missteps later, I will say. We have to say that there were a few concerns we might have, but overall, great play.
The way you're ending that game, you are sharing some nervous laughter when you're going to go like, yeah, we won from a promising early game. So the cracks are there. Like it's not the 180 from Nuclear Vikings we're looking for, but finally results, and that has to be freeing them up mentally. I am just looking forward. Can they take that momentum into game 2, convince themselves and all the doubters as well with a clean 2-0? We're going to have to wait just a little bit and see if they can get it done in our second game.
We'll have to see. Josh Kang, he might have been a bit upset on the previous weeks. He's put on some amazing performances, puts in a great one this time, and it comes up with the goods. This is the kind of momentum you need. I really do think this is the momentum you need. You have to keep going. If you pick up a 2-0 here today, which is on the cards now, right? We would never said this one before. It means that can you go into the next weeks and say, we're fighting. We're no longer sitting there in the relegation slot going, guys, give us a win, please. One win, sir. Just one more. You're now actually going, we can keep ourselves in the league and go to playoffs. Because these are the dynamics we see in a league as tight as this, where any team on any day can take anyone out. And this is the Nuclear Vikings day.
All right,
Scary stuff.
There is definitely potential, but Rob, I'm going to have to put you back onto earth with both of your feet. Let's take it game by game. Let's see if they can get it done in the first one. Now, help me through this. Are we going back to desk? Are we going to break?
I think you might be going to desk. I might appear again in a different location.
Maybe if we just say it very convincingly, let's throw it to desk. That might just...
I'm back. I'm here.
You're back.
That was my evil twin. That was a different Rob. There's actually 2 of us, which is why you could never get rid of me.
Evil Rob backwards.
It's Boar himself. How do you guys feel about that game 1? You guys said it was going to be a 1-1. I was the eternal hater saying it was 2-0 for Nuclear Vikings. Looked pretty damn good in that first game, especially in the first 15. Maybe a bit later, a few struggles. What are you guys thinking?
So I think, normally Nuclear Vikings, their first game is their roughest game. That's been the trend. They've normally had a rough first game, and then they let Josh Kang pick whatever he wants for the second game. Normally Lee Sin, whatever. And then it's just an early game stomp, right? Into them throwing in the mid game. So if they're already winning in the first game, decisively, I'd say. Yeah, there was a small throw. We don't need to talk about it. That was more of a slight misplay. There was a couple ultis that whiffed in a few places that allowed that opening. But otherwise, they played it slow, took it from start to finish without losing too much. Didn't really look too touch and go. Pretty happy, I think, in going into game 2 as Nook. You're quite confident. You're just making jokes about, hey guys, let's maybe not hand over a pentakill to a mid laner at 30 minutes. Maybe that's not the ideal.
Yeah. And Evan, it's your second time on the desk. You've managed to be the lucky talisman. Maybe you should be on more for the Vikings.
Come back next game.
Maybe come back, maybe for the second game, possibly. We're going to go to the first replay here, which is the old Zin making a bit of a boo-boo. Evan, run me through this. I was surprised on the cast. I don't really see what he's doing.
I mean, watching this in the green room, I know he's been picked up on solo queue now, but I don't want to be too much of a hater. But just what are you doing there? I think this whole game, realistically, Nook played it slow and steady. Vera were just making mistakes. Vision, they were walking onto wards. They were not respecting kind of the timers that Josh Kang had and circumstances like that, and just being caught out. And it resulted in their Zin coming out of this game 0-8, Rob.
0-8. And I think that really is start. I mean, we don't have a replay of that one, but there was the kill really early on, right? We saw him dashing into to Leah Rocks. It just seemed like a bit discoordinated early on, and then Verdant suddenly realized, hold on, we're actually all in like a call together, and we can like communicate and come together. And they started actually making plays across the map. But that wasn't until quite a bit too late. They need a pentakill from Yone to even bring themselves back into the game.
Maybe they were doing one of my favorite things. Silent scrim. Maybe they're doing a
silent scrim. Maybe they were. I do think that Mali had a rough game. We'll have to see what they want to put him on in the next game. This isn't a fearless best of 2. He does have a chance to redeem himself on a Zinzal, or maybe he goes somewhere else. We'll have to see though. This second replay, I believe, coming up, we've got the Drake fight. This is where Nuclear Vikings really cemented themselves. Oh, it's us. Hello. Cemented themselves in the game.
You can have a replay of us.
We this is where the Drake they end up contesting a bit later, and Nuclear Vikings get pretty much everything here, Gizmo.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like contesting 2 bot at the moment in current meta is very easy with these new spire plans, and just shows like as soon as the initial engage is gone, you've got that wombo combo, and you can wall off the rest of the team, walk in. Obviously the smite steal 50-50, but for the rest of it, it's just a matter of pressing your R keys, you go button. Yeah, he dodged the Ashel. Guess what? There's a Seraphine ult behind it. Talia's walling you off. So you're either going forwards or just dying, and it just shows the power of the comp, playing for the comp, not paying for the counter picks. Really shows a better level on Nook. And on the backside, obviously.
Elling does fall, but he got visited a lot this game, I will say. I feel like Walker was spending a bit of time in that mid lane to try and get their main man Influencer ahead. And there was one earlier that I think we don't have again.
We don't need to talk about that.
We don't talk about that. But everything else, they tried. They tried.
Tower at 4 minutes.
But yeah, then going forward in this game, Nuclear Vikings, they slipped up a bit, and I do have worries. I was actually really worried for the mental of this team, because can you imagine if the final play that had kind of come through didn't, in that they were actually able to pick Influentic up. However, before that, they showed some life Verdant. Firstly, picking up Elling on the bot side, and then a bit later, the pentakill. Evan, take it away. What are you thinking? Because it looks a bit. This is quite a long replay. It's a bit slow. It's a bit slow from the Vikings, isn't it? Look at the Ashe on the minimap.
I really think that they did play some parts of this game really strongly, but I would like to see them kind of implement into their second game, just like kind of saying it to each other in comms, like small wins. I think that's such an important thing when it comes to League, and not overgreeding. You do have GA, but something when this Fate Sealed comes out just messes the whole game up. You've got 1 pushing mid, 4, you can get that pick on the Rumble, and then kind of just take it slower, be a bit more concise with your team, maybe let your Ashe regroup, or even split up a little bit there, Rob.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned when I saw Ashe pushing mid and 4 of them pushing bot. I was like, how is the Ashe getting to the rest of the people? And it turns out running into Yone's face and dying was the plan. And that's kind of not a great game plan if you want to pull it through, but they did in the end bring out the win. I think Influentic, I think we can all agree, maybe felt everything's on my back. He dashed forward, gets picked off, and once that Yone's dead, there's really not much else he can do.
I will say, his openings have normally come from Elling having already put down, his E. But in that fight there, I think it was just. Don't think Elling expected him to be able to be CC'd over that wall. I don't think he thought he was in range because he had stones to put down. He put them down after every other time he's matched it and got that instant stun into the Yone. I think it was just a misplay that led into that combo, right? Mm-hmm. We saw it earlier, but the Yone ulti also going askew, giving them the opportunity. I feel like it still shows a lot of promise from Nook. Just a few tiny mistakes let him back in.
Yeah, and we're going into this game too. We'll be getting into draft very shortly. You guys, this game one, exciting stuff. We saw Nuclear Vikings play a front-to-back team comp, lots of support from their bot lane, and not letting them fall out the game too early. Do we think they're going to be able to get that kind of draft again? Verdant have an extra ban here. Are we expecting a similar playstyle, or do you think Verdant just change everything?
I'm expecting Verdant to just do what they normally do, right? That they draft for their lanes to try and get early game leads. That's what they've done. That's what they've been known for doing in the league, and I expect the same again. I think Nuclear Vikings have had the correct approach. They've struggled in the early season. How about we just go back to basics, go for teamfights, comps, ults work. It seems to have snowballed quite well for them. And I feel like unless Verdant adapt to that, they're going to get run over again.
Yeah. Evan, what are you hoping to see out of Verdant? Because I think this is Verdant needing to adapt here, right? This isn't Nuclear Vikings. Yeah. I don't want them to change a thing, to be honest, for the first 20 minutes of the game. I don't want them to touch a thing. You've actually got to win from something. But Verdant, I do think they need to make some changes. We see a few different bans coming out. They're getting rid of the Wukong, the Lee Sin, the Vi. They're targeting the danger man in the jungle in Josh Kang. What do you think they need to adapt? Because I think that last game, it was some flashes of magic from Influentic and really not much else.
First off, I think they need to get the Talisman of Luck off the desk for Nuclear Vikings.
You'll be taken out.
Yeah, instantly, someone comes through my door. No, I think in all seriousness, they need to recognize that Nuclear Vikings are going to be playing this a little bit slower in their ways. As I said, play for those small wins, and they need to kind of capitalize more on when they don't have those chances of opportunity. Maybe as we saw, around that Drake fight, they were playing that kind of wombo combo aspect in a little bit with this Ashe Seraphine. That's an absolute trigger puller in the bot lane. But no, you just really need to capitalize on when these guys just don't have that capability.
It looks like Scooby's acting like Goofy out here, saying, "Mama, do it again." He just picks Seraphine for the second time, and they don't care. They don't care if there's no Wukong pick. They see the Ambessa and they go, "We're just going to take up bot anyway." The Blitzcrank lock in here, trying to separate up what might be a Deathball composition. Gizmo, you see the Ambessa, likely for top, but jungle, it did get nerfed a bit. It's a possibility. We're now seeing a bit more. Would you say this solo queue style? Do you like the Blitzcrank? Are you just a bit worried that they're now kind of throwing everything at the wall? What's your read on the draft so far?
My read is, if I'm Nuclear Vikings, I'm trying to go exactly the same, right? Team fight again. I think Blitz, I get it. It's good into enchanters, right? You can get that one-shot blow. But, you got to bear in mind, Blitz hook. You're looking at 15-second cooldown in these fights, right? And once your hook is gone on Blitz, you feel really useless for that other time. I can tell you, just running in there. Yep. And it really feels really painful. So I feel like you're giving yourself a winning lane again. But as far as a team fight goes, I feel like you could have picked up a Nautilus or something else that could have given you that sort of stronger engage. And then you've matched a pick-heavy person with an Ezreal. And Ezreal's my most hated ADC. I feel like he's... Honestly, I can't explain how much I hate Ezreal. Anyway, I just feel like it's just not... it doesn't say, I'm going to one-shot you. It says... I've hooked someone, my Ezreal's E'd backwards and is running away.
He can bring a bit of damage. I mean, maybe the Ezreals you play with maybe don't do enough. But I think some Ezreals, if this was Viper, if this was Ruler, there's a possibility. Either way, we see the Xin Zhao. We see the Xin Zhao lock-in. They've gone Deathball. If anything, to me, this is scarier than the Wukong was last game, because Xin Zhao with Enchanters is a different kind of beast. Bans Silas Renekton. What do you want?
If you don't ban the Orianna now, I mean, that's an insta-lock, right? Orianna is shouting for it really here, and even worst case, you've got Galio to fall back on, or you can just go for the Taliyah. The Taliyah worked last time. You've got Ambessa with dashes this time. I can't see why it wouldn't be as bad. You can just chuck it in again. If you're expecting them to try and pick Yone again, I think that Influentic had a good game on Yone towards the end. Maybe that's what he wants to go back for, because we haven't seen top pick yet. I'm expecting the Rumble in the top side. I'm not gonna lie, but I would probably put a ban towards Cassante just to push him towards that Rumble.
Yeah, I do think. I mean,
the Jacks.
It's interesting because this could obviously be the Ambessa top. It is a Synapse pick. It's a possibility. The Rumble, I don't think we're going to see Shush really playing today. Evan, rounding this out, you liking the Oriana call, or you thinking they should go a little bit different? Because for me, Nuclear Vikings, they've got the world on their platter at the moment. They've got such a solid 3-man core, and I think Verdant, you're going to have to come up with a couple things here to bring the draft together.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Oriana pick here, actually. Especially with something like a Xin Zhao, I think the versatility of it is really strong. I'm a little bit surprised by the Aurora. I don't think it's quite as versatile, but it can avoid a Blitzcrank. I'm really still quite stuck on this Blitzcrank, though. I think after that hook, as Gizmo said, is gone, you kind of feel like a kid with a lollipop in your mouth, just wandering around.
It is a bit awkward. You're sat there, you've thrown the hook, you sort of look at the enemy team, and you're like, I have nothing else. There's nothing more in my. I've done my thing. This is my thing, and that's over. The Aurora, I will say, is a Shush classic. Shush really was one of the first people I know to pick this up in top lane when it first came out. So it is actually a flex pick for Nuclear Vikings. Okay. We see this run out with what I'm assuming to be a Mundo jungle and a Victor mid lane. Gizmo, take it away. Are you wanting the Aurora mid, or are you swapping that to top and you're taking out the Elling champ pool?
I mean, you could just take it. I think you take it mid, and you can chuck an Aatrox top. I feel like that's pretty fun. And in worst case, you want to add a bit more spice to the draft. Levels up, right? You then put the Xin into the top side. If it's Mundo jungle, and you put the Aatrox into the jungle, we can go around in circles. I feel like but then again, that's complicating the draft, right? That's not what we want here. We want a nice, simple to execute comp. And Gwen, it's simple, right? It does well into tanks, does well into these matchups. Does it add much to the comp? Does it really give an engage that I feel like they relied on last game? I feel like they're missing a bit of that CC on Nuclear Vikings. I feel like, yes, you got Asherfian, but that's your big engage with the Xin going in. Those combos weren't always the ones that were actually the go buttons. It was actually a lot of the Ornn, the Talia. I feel like maybe Nuclear Vikings haven't got that strong engage that we need, but winning lanes.
Are you sharing this sentiment, Evan? You saying the Ornn last time? I do think it was a big point of power that Nuclear Vikings had. Do you think they're lacking a bit here? I just want to point out, Shush is also a very good Gwen. That's probably his top three are like Aurora, Gwen, Gnar in my head. So it is a comfort pick. Do you think it's just they kind of overcooked a bit on comfort and not gone towards what won them that first game?
I'm kind of sat on the fence here. Now, it's a little bit of a crazy pick in my opinion, picking Mundo on 5 when 1, you didn't ban Aatrox, or 2, you didn't ban Gwen, so they both can just be picked there, and that Aatrox, that Dr. Mundo is not going to have a fun time. But as for go buttons, I think kind of they have them on the side of Verdant Academy. If you've got Ambessa R, just immediately run someone down. You've got Blitzcrank Hook, and then the rest of the time he's a kid with a lollipop in his mouth. But Mundo is just able to walk into that enemy team.
I have a few concerns, I do think, for the Nuclear Vikings. I think them not being able to pull the trigger as freely could maybe set this one up to a bit of a harder game. Gizmo, nameplates on, nameplates off. Who you taking from the draft? Who you taking for this second game? Is your prediction going to come true? Your boring prediction, as Bandit calls it? Or do you think it's going to end up being a 2-0 for the Vikings?
I think it's going to be a 2-0 for the Vikings. I'm excited to see Shush in this top side on the Gwen. I think he had the better of Synapse Rinter through the whole game last time, and I feel like this time you've got your Gwen. I feel like it's sort of a power pick, right? It's going, actually, I'm going to win this no matter, and I'm going to take over the game. And we've said they're top and mid, really strong picks. It was normally their bot lane that's had the weakness. Their bot lane won last time on this pick. Maybe they'll struggle into the Blitzcrank, but you've got that top side that was hard winning without any jungle interaction. So I feel like Nuclear Vikings have this.
Evan, you know what I'm going to ask you. If you don't, you're going to have to come back for some more desks to get to know who's going to win this game. Will it be Verdant bringing it back, or are Nuclear Vikings going to claim their first 2-0 after their first victory?
I think with the Talisman, I think it's going to be a 2-0. I think Mundo, going back on what I said, actually is going to have such a difficult time this game walking at Nuclear Vikings. Like, you immediately do that, you're going to get blown up by a Gwen. As soon as that spell shield's gone, Ashe R, Sarah R, it's basically kind of unplayable for the Mundo point of view. But yeah, Talisman of Luck, I'm saying Nuclear Vikings is taking it.
I'm going to join you as well. So it's 3 again for the Nuclear Vikings on the desk. We're going to take it to cast his Bandit, and my evil twin, Boar, will be right there.
Ah, thank you so much, good kind twin Rob. I am joined here by evil twin Rob as we are preparing to head into game 2, which, well, as we have, if we can believe the analyst desk, who have been faultless so far in their predictions once they've had all the information available to them, haven't been wrong yet. Now, I have to reiterate the issues that I feel in this draft, because when it came falling apart for Nuclear Vikings and it seemed all lost, it was because they could not continue the fight. They could not reach that backline. That Ezreal is still there, but the tools have diminished.
I have a few concerns for the Nuclear Vikings draft, to be fair. I do think they have a more solid... Like, they still have the corpse of a death ball, right? But they don't have those, say... Well, I mean, they can group together. They can. If you've got a Seraphine, you're buffing Xin you're buffing Gwen, you're running in. There's a possibility, I think. Like, there's still the bits of the last draft, but I do think they're really missing, as we've said, that Ornn ultimate to really take them in. You say about wanting to shut down the Ezreal. I'm more concerned about them actually getting through, like, the front line in order if they don't actually have as good of an early game as last time. If it's even, for example, is that going to be a thing for the Nuclear Vikings to struggle with? Because they do struggle to close out games with not a great significant gold lead.
We've seen one very positive game just today, and that does look promising. However, when you are playing a composition without any engage, it's usually because, all right, well, we'll let them engage into us, and we'll kite back, and then we'll crash back down on them once we have bought ourselves a distance that we need. However, you're not playing against an engaged composition. You're playing against Blitzcrank. So when the enemy team is not engaging, and we are not engaging, is it just going to be a side lane battle, or is it going to be just a game of dodgeball? And to me, it's going to be all about the flanks. And when you look at the vision game that we have seen coming down, it is Nuclear Vikings who are actually quite progressive in how they put down their vision, how they set up the flanks, and how they deny it from their opponents. It's all up to Verdant to show that they can manage that, play around their strengths, and capitalize on the gaps left by Nuclear Vikings.
I also think this game, I want to look at top lane a little bit, because I think it was quite quiet last game. There's a few, handbags at dawn slapping fights early on, but generally nothing really occurred for the first 10 minutes. I do think we had, other than Mali invading, I guess. But for Shush versus Silent Sprinter in a nutshell, I think Silent Sprinter does need to step up a little bit this game. He's on that Ambessa, right? He's got one of their main go-tools with the public execution. He also is a champion that here, Fed Ambessa is a scary, scary Ambessa. And you said about wanting to play around, play around the vision, play around, not allowing, this sort of weird sort of standoff fight to occur. If Ambessa is winning on side versus the Gwen and is then able to join these fights first, there's options here to maybe actually take the fight to Nuclear Vikings early after that standoff in terms of the Ezreal. I want to watch Silent Sprinter in this matchup as well, because I don't think he had a great game last game, to be honest with you. Got caught out a few times. I think he needs to step up in all parts of his game.
I feel like there's a lot of eyes on the jungle as well, right? Like you said, we are looking at the Ambessa, who will be supported by Mundo. So I'm not feeling like there would be a lot of support coming through. But meanwhile, on the other side, Nuclear Vikings are fielding the Xin Zhao, which I feel, it's a meta pick, but I still like to frame it as anything you can do, I can do better. First beating the Xin Zhao and then beating with the Xin Zhao. It would be quite the story to tell back at home. However, I am a little worried because once again, we have a jungle pick that this time the pick itself is a little bit more passive. Not a lot of agency to support your lanes with. So it's really going to come down to, all right, can Xin Zhao force the issue? Cause some trouble. Get these waters stirring. That is going to be the pivotal point for me. If Nuclear Vikings cannot get that done in the early game, I think they might be in big, big trouble.
So you're looking at Josh Kang here. You're saying he's got to produce another great early game performance. I'm kind of on board with you in that one. But the thing is, look what he's done in every other game so far this split. It's early game, baby. So I think you might, with your prediction, come true in the end because
Let's see if he can continue on his winning ways as we are heading into game number 2. Verdant are fighting for their life. Vikings are trying to stay ahead of the curve. Let's break this down then, because when I look at Nuclear Vikings, I see a path to victory that seems very obvious through their lane advantages, just like we saw in the previous match. However, if we could avoid losing half our HP in the first minute, I think that would be a big boon to their early game. But pathing as well, take a look at where Xin is heading, Rob.
Watch out, as you said, Josh Kang. I do think he has the tools to make things happen early this game, as well as the drive and the ability. It's just the classic, isn't it? It's with the game starting earlier, it's harder to get these aggressive invades off and not necessarily be punished. Another thing we didn't actually bring up in draft is look at like the bot lane dynamic. It was Ezreal Karma last game pushing in the Ashe Seraphine, and now with that Blitzcrank, you've got that coin flip support where you're not getting that same sort of pressure early on maybe coming out. So we'll see if Josh Kang as well can use the pressure that should be coming out from his double range bot lane in that regard.
There can be no doubt. They'll be stuck under tower quite a bit more without that push in power. But that's not necessarily a bad thing when you're playing Blitzcrank. It's like under tower is my comfort zone. That's where you come to die.
He's looking to grab that Ashe. Like, he's looking here to make sure that he can break apart the Nuclear Vikings bot lane. And this is not the sight we saw in that previous one. Already the wave crashing, the first wave crashing to the side of Nuclear Vikings. They're going to have that pressure from minute 1. And we see here the early Xin Zhao pathing. He's leaving Shush a little bit more isolated. He's flipping the script from last time. And he is looking to make aggressive plays more around bot side, at least early on. And in the mid matchup as well. I just want to say, Influentic, very solid mage player. It was something where Elling got a lot of focus that last game from Walker. With a Blitzcrank maybe more aggressive, so level 2 comes through, they just have to respect this here, don't they? The Verdant, they just can't step up. But yeah, look at mid lane as well, if Walker can make the plays that didn't happen last game work this time.
It is all about the laning phase. Nuclear Vikings are on a bit of a timer, I would say. Not in the sense that it's all or nothing. But if you don't manage to get out of this early game with some significant leads, some real promising champions to play around to really start forcing the issue, you might have some trouble getting into that groove at all. Because, I mean, besides the mid lane, besides the bottom lane, apologies, we might be off to the races in the bottom lane as a hook have landed, Ignite invested, and they're gonna get out of it, but it's coming at the cost of their HP bar.
And a heal in response. Doesn't have to burn that flash. Flash does feel, a bit better on that. This Mundo, he's already finished his clear. He's bot side. Xin Zhao a little bit slower. They are having to delay the back here, and this will not be a bot lane available for the Xin Zhao on this crab fight. Look at his lanes. He's resetting. They're all going to be off on the map. He is just going to have to give over any sort of control of that bot side river and just run straight to that top skull. So already, the aggression, or the grab rather, coming out in bot lane, leading to the Mundo now maybe able to fight onto this top scuttle as well. Elling TPing back. Influentic, he isn't running that TP, so can't leave that lane too easily. They're just looking around mid here for Elling. They hate Elling, by the way. They hate him. They seem to spend so much time around trying to get Influentic a lead.
I mean, we saw what the man could do once he had that lead for himself. As this bunny is taunting his enemies without any respect for the mental well-being, as we might finally up the pressure on the top lane. Abessa already half HP. A single dash will be enough to get her back into safety. Josh Kang looking to stick around just a little bit longer.
Gets his top is reset.
No bite.
Yeah, gets the top is reset. First top laner back does mean you're going to be able to at least control the wave state a little bit easier once, the Ambessa also takes her base. And what we are seeing, though, is Josh Kang, he doesn't able to get the exact aggression as he wanted early on because the Mundo is kind of avoiding him. My question to you is, and this is a concern I have every time I see a Mundo, level 11 to level 16. Once Mundo gets 2 points in ult and then 3 points in ult, he becomes an unkillable demon on the Rift. Are we seeing enough aggression early on? Because I would be saying, Bandit, that this is quite quiet and quite slow compared to the previous sort of early game.
I feel you. It's resonating with me, but once again, we are seeing a jungle pick that should be maybe giving some more respect and some space W4D2, Josh Kang looking to fight, and they're not the only ones as Bot is already unleashed as they're taking care of business on Walker.
And he just taken out
They
Chobi
do
as well.
manage to
He's
find the route.
rooted.
That might just be the end, but with Barrier and Flash available, he's feeling safe ever so.
And this is not what we've expected to see. Nuclear Vikings, they got the 2v2 kills last time. They get a 2v2 kill at 5 minutes into this game already. And we were saying, you know, we want to see them with leads, but they've managed to accrue one now. But Kobe, he's had to actually reset here, get back to base. Nuclear Vikings, they're going to come back with that goal in their pocket, as well as the fact that Ash got that kill really signifies quite well for this sort of like early dragon fight we might be seeing. You know, right now, Walker's making a play on mid, but this is something that he got punished for last time. He's only level 3 to the level 6s in mid.
Only level 3, but has to get something done. Has the Ignite available once more. X Flash channeling, but just sizzling out. And I will say, despite the fact that Nuclear Vikings very happy with their first blood, Elling is a lot more muted throughout this game, and I feel like handling the pressure not as well as we saw in game 1. It's actually leaving some marks throughout this laning phase, and it is hurting the jungle as well. It is enabling the Mundo to step forward more often.
And it does mean that the control of the map, which really was ceded quite early by Verdant last game, is still very much in the balance at the moment. You're seeing them pinging onto this Drake, Mundo starting it, so it will likely be the first Dragon. Shush taken very low in top. But here comes Josh Kang.
Yeah, it might come at a very costly price. With just a few hundred HP, this might be the last hero, as Synapse is no longer firing anymore in the top lane.
So he's managed to, you know, shut down Synapse a little bit here. They'll get this wave to crash. Synapse has no TP, so he will end up losing that. Shush gets a reset as well. The HP is on. He's so grateful his jungle is there to support. They give the Dragon over, which obviously, Dragon stacking often the name of the game in these kind of leagues where it is easier to execute around that soul fight win con.
Take a look how they're choking out the Mundo out of their own jungle. Nothing they look to do as the smite. Oh, barely enough, but that was caught in the gravity field. Gets out just barely. But Arcane Storm invested. Full force retreat has been blown. Ghost coming through. Time and time again, they are pushing up on Kang even more, but he's out of range. One more laser is not going to get the job done. Can they make any difference in bot lane? No, not coming out on top once again. And Nuclear Vikings, though, a lot tighter this time around, keep coming out on top.
So they don't end up giving that kill, which is just great news. You don't want him... Hold on a second, Elling. In a bit of an awkward spot, has to realm hop away.
It's not just cats in there that can make odd jumps. Bunnies can do that quite well as well. As the top laners are brawling once more, Needlework coming out from Shui, and it is retreat. Last pair of needles is not going to find their mark. But this early game is very suddenly shifting back in favor of Nuclear Vikings, just the way they needed it to.
We were saying, you know, literally just before, it's a bit of a caster curse or a caster blessing, depending on what team you support. Oh, it's a bit cagey, you know, it's a bit quiet. They pulled the trigger, they managed to pick up the kill on top side. They got those 2 kills now on bot. Elling is being the focus
Elling
again in mid.
Real trouble this time. No mana to get out. No. Well, Flash still holding on. That might not be enough. Can he survive the last few ticks? Yes, he can. And history is repeating itself. These repeated gangs on Elling are just not paying dividends.
They've tried again and again in game 1, and they're trying again and again in game 2, and he's just surviving by the skin of his teeth. Yes, the grubs do go over, so I will say, Mali, he's picking up a few objectives this game. He isn't just sat there like the last one having to take a few camps very sadly and cede everything on the map. But they are spending a lot of time focusing around a mid lane. The Elling is kind of weathering the storm. He is down 10 CS. However, you know, it is an Aurora with a comp where it needs a go, but at least the Between Worlds can provide you with that. Walker he's not feeling great at the moment. He on this Blitzcrank, right? 0-2-0. He's tried to make plays happen. It hasn't. And now they're arrowing bot lane. They're looking to make a fight, maybe, but nothing happens. Just an arcane shift.
Yeah, Elling was lurking in the shadows there as well, looking to a collapse on that bottom lane. Could have been disastrous, but it fizzles out.
Yeah, at least they're trying to play the map.
But we're looking forward, right? I think what's really important for the future flanks as they're looking to punish Influentic, not allowing him to get any more Pentacles this game. Has to flash out into safety. And to finish my point, I feel like they really have to start pressuring these towers. Especially mid-one, as a max range hook is hitting Scooby-Dooby, but do you really want him there? As the Anchor comes down, has to be flashed out by Kobe. And that looked like a sure thing on Scooby, but they managed to flip it on them.
Another fighting top as well. You get no rest here. They're just
no
trading.
Rest, but these pubescent top laners, man, they're just acting out for attention, and I'm not rewarding it.
You can't listen. They want you to talk about them, and we're just going to ignore the fact that there is a pretty sizable CS lead now happening in top lane. Sign Up Sprinter. I wanted him to show up a little bit more in this game too on the Ambessa. He is struggling. He got that attention early from Josh Kang, that one gang resulting in his death. However, he is still down 2 waves. It's looking rough just because of the leads that Nuclear Vikings are now accruing. The gold lead, by the way, we're looking at 1.7. You wouldn't look at the CS and go, well, Verdant are that far behind, but yes, they really are at this point in time. And we now need to see, okay, Nuclear Vikings, how do you now bring this together? Because we were saying, you've got this Ashe Seraphine, you've got a Xin Zhao who you want to get active on the map. They are doing well in lanes. They need to transition that into getting some objectives, because at the moment, though, Verdant have had all of those. So where are they going next? They're going to that Drake in 30 seconds. They should be looking at it. Shu should get out here alive.
He should be getting out alive, but that is no sure thing just yet. Public execution not available. This is going to be stepping out. With an empty jungle, the cost of these ganks is not too high. And as the second dragon is getting closer, there has to be a lot of stepping from Mundo to get into position quickly.
He needs to get down here as soon as possible, because I do think, if you are Verdant, you have a comp that wants, you said, being fought into, right, with the Mundo and the Victor. Let's make sure we have a fight that we can make sure would happen. Let's make sure that soul fight is on the cards for us as Nuclear Vikings. They've got numbers here, but it is still a 3 versus 3. Mundo is in it's 3 versus 4.
Elling is not there.
He's got to get here. This standoff, Nuclear Vikings, they're forcing them out here.
They're forcing him out, but look at the vision. They have almost perfect vision on Elling, knowing where he is. However, it's going to cost him the position on the map as the engage gets there nonetheless. However, that is the end of Influentic, but it's coming at the cost of their backline. That is a 1-for-1 being pulled back in favor, but far away from support. Nuclear Vikings far away from home. This Mundo proving very, very beefy. And with this non-stop barrage of skill shots finding their mark, Nuclear Vikings have to be careful of the turn around. Blitzcrank running down from base, looking to turn the tide back in Verdant's favor. And what looked like a scrappy fight is leaving our Vikings bloodstained, but without a dragon. Flash forward to put an end to Joey! And this might be the start signal for the dragon. Alas, Josh Kang has already flown the coop.
He's already gone up to the top side. They pass him. He's coming back down. Never mind. He's coming back down. They're pinging it. They want to make sure they secure this, and I think that they should now that Kobe is off of the map. They did sort of overforce a little bit onto Influentic in that fight, right? They managed to get the lockdown onto him, but then Haggleboy, he walks too far forward. He doesn't sit there and hit what's in front of him. He takes a ton of damage from the side and just gets absolutely eviscerated. You cannot be looking like sort of just hard tunnel visioning on someone. This Drake, it's going to be a struggle to contest. Influentic, he's too far forward.
Far away from any helping hands from your team might cost you your head, as the 2-man Encore is laying down the law upon Verdant, showing them that this is not where they can be stepping, as they're lining up for the beat drop, and it drops hard like a hammer to fall. They are caving in the skull of anyone stepping up to this dragon pit. And the Nuclear Vikings, it is once again the moment they smell blood, the moment they see the opening, they are barging through altogether.
And Influentic there, I think he thought he had the support of his team. He's in there far too early. They go, okay, we need to contest this. We need to make sure we don't give this Drake over. Soul stacking could be a win con from us. And look where his team are. He stood in river, and they're dancing around the back of the pit. He's taken out immediately, and then it's just a simple, pick one target, slow them down. Let's see if we can pick them off. They managed to get out of their walker. And the rest of them, the Mundo's too tanky, but does have to burn flash. Ezreal's too slippery. But it is a win for Nuclear Vikings, a kill and a dragon, stopping the soul stacking objective. This is what we wanted to see. This is proactivity. Look at the scoreboard. Look at the gold lead. 3K already. Nuclear Vikings looking really good in this game too.
Turn in for sure. There can't be any doubt about it. And it's this miscoordination on the side of Verdant that we saw in game 1, what cost them so dearly, are showing up once again. And this time around, there is a bit more of this late game insurance policy in the Victor, in the Mundo. However, 0 stacks on the Heartsteel. This is not taking the pace that they want to.
And that we also haven't mentioned that if this Mundo, is mispositioning, hold on a second, fight in top lane.
Yeah, they are getting it on heavily as he's dodging out the public execution. Shifting behind, stabbed in the back with a pair of scissors, not allowed to run.
And it's almost like Shush was predicting what I was going to say. This Mundo, late game insurance. But we almost forget that Gwen is a champion, and Gwen can be immune, and Gwen destroys tanks. And already, Shush taken top turret, he's a kill and an assist, Dusk and Dawn finished. He's on the road to being a very, very scary little doll running down this big, scary purple man. He will have the damage on board, and now, with the Herald being taken, Nuclear Vikings, who have given lead early, and now they're taking it back. This diving bot, possibly scary, no TPs. Well, there is one actually. Shush could try and cover this.
Yeah, Scooby already going low. Has the Encore available, but it needs good coordination from Verdant. Something they haven't shown us. Is this the moment where they can find each other, sync up, and actually start being proactive with benefits? They find the hook. It has to cost a flash, and they do manage to get a shutdown upon it. But will they get out scot-free? Aurora is looking to put down even more. Toyboy is actually putting out the damage, and with no more mana available, now is the moment for Nuclear Vikings to chase them down, make it cost them dearly, put a high price on it. But instead, it is Verdant doing the re-collapse, the counter-engage back under the tower once more. They need Synapse to sway it back into their favor, but they manage it.
And they're right there. Nuclear Vikings, they think, okay, we can still come, we've got the numbers, but they were coming in one by one, they were sort of running through Influentic's damage, and it just meant that, I think once Scooby died, I mean, Influentic is quite far up here.
Yes, especially when the Needles are finding their mark. He can only hope for a trade kill now, will not even be allowed that. And despite that being a very, profitable team fight, at least got them more gold. The gold deficit has shrunk a bit. A very big, important development on this map is look at how these towers are dying. In the meantime, Herald has been picked up as well, even before that fight. And we said earlier, it's going to be so important to get these vision lines very deep and aggressive for Nuclear Vikings. They are set up to do it.
And Influentic, he's been playing this game on a bit of a nice edge. 0-3-2, he's overstepped a couple times. Another one happens in bot lane. And this just now gives Nuclear Vikings the chance to claim, as you want them to claim the vision, to claim the space.
Ooh.
With no threat of that control mage. Hold on a second. This is cagey stuff. Like, they're staring at each other.
It's like a jump scare. You know it's going to happen any second now. You know it's going to... Oh, okay. They finally do scan it out. Feel something is amiss. And tension...
Scooby, got to be careful of the hook. Ooh, okay, just misses. Nothing is going to happen. I was going to say, Scooby getting caught might be a little bit of a difficulty. That Seraphine does bring a lot of the comp together, buffing the Zinzao and the Ashe. They're just playing around mid here. If you are Verdant, you have a good chance to go. If you've got 4 members, never mind. Both teams just neglect to give up on the fight, but Verdant have first track onto Dragon.
And they have the first track. Gwen is in the side lane, can be looking for a flank. However, it would be quite coordinated. You got to be careful they don't turn it. The big arcane barrage coming through, and they're looking to find. Hook goes awry, and now Encore might be putting an end to Walker. It's exactly what's happening, and now with the fight fully in its climax, they can no longer escape. They don't need any chase down potential. There is no escape from the damage of Nuclear Vikings, not for Synapse. It's not for Mundo, and only Kobe manages to live to tell the tale.
You were discussing before the game, Nuclear Vikings versus Verdant. This draft, it's a lot of standoff, a lot of, we want people to come into us. Well, the Verdant team are the ones that decide to pull the trigger. They run in first, and the counter-engage from Nuclear Viking hits like a bullet train. They manage to pick up the Walker first. They then manage to move on to Influentic, and then just on the backside, picking up Synapse and Mali. as well. They'll get the Dragon. They get everything here, Bandit. No members full for the side of Nuclear Vikings. They're in the driver's seat. They're now 6k up, roughly 5.5k up. Incredible scenes, because I was worried about this game, to be honest. Mundo late game is very, very, very difficult to get through. They're just standing firm, standing together, and playing out that team fight front to back beautifully.
And these are the moments where a team that can, when they do find their win, a decisive win, they take everything on the map. And suddenly a 1-2k gold lead manages to balloon to something more significant, where you feel like you're really down in the dirt. You really have to dust yourself off, but might not be that much time left for Verdant if Nuclear Vikings manage to continue this murdering pace that they've already shown us that they're capable of in game number 1.
So as they got that Dragon, the eye's now on Baron vision, right? Let's make sure there isn't some sneaky Verdant sort of Baron that they can get off of the vision control.
Let's be real.
They have the DPS, so they need to actually, if you are Nuclear Vikings, get your push in mid, get that vision secured around that top side. Let's not any sort of wing conditions crop up for Verdant, because at the moment you are in the driver's seat. Shush on this top side as well, quite scary on the side. So Verdant, they can't start it. They're going to have to base, and they're ceding a lot of control. Nuclear Vikings need to take that and run with it.
Now is the moment for Nuclear Vikings to really set the traps, get that vision down deep in the jungle, and the next time they go face checking, make it cost their life. They might be getting a head start on things, as Influentic is caught. Once again, it is Shuk who is looking to get his 4th of the game. Got a clean sheet so far in the death department. Flash invested. This is costing him quite a lot of time now. Enchanted Crystal Airy surely signing his funeral contract as he does go down. Can they move on to the Baron? Can they get greater things started?
Look at mid right now. Elling's on a flank. They're trying to force him out. Nuclear Vikings could force it if they want to. They're not going to. They're going to let the 3-man core move out. Synapse, he's all alone on the bot side, gets a bit of farm. Influentic wasted a lot of time there, to be fair. He did end up burning Flash. He didn't end up burning Ghost. But they're just turning onto Baron now. The mid laner's dead. The mid laner's dead. There's no TP when he respawns. It will be a 5 versus 4. They will be shredded by Baron.
And
Verdant,
look at the
but they're not going to take it.
Look at the vision that Verdant has to go through if they even want to get close to this Baron. Instead, they're letting it go once again, seeing that there will be no positive outcomes if they contest it. We'll be trading it for the mid tower. The trade the Nuclear Vikings will take any day of the week.
It is 2 tower bounties going over to the side of Vern, one onto Synapse and one onto Mundo and the Ezreal. Yes, it's time. And, oh, hold on a sec. We're not covering this play. I mean, at the moment, I think if you are Nuclear Vikings, you feel pretty good. Shush is scary as hell.
Ooh, Shu is scary, but against the 4 of Verdant, you might have to be a little bit more cautious. But here is the backup. It has arrived, and they are hunting. They are smelling blood. They are smelling backs that they can be stopping. And the 3 of Nuclear Vikings are looking to make it cost them a lot of time. How much real pressure is this? How much kill threat is there really when the side lanes are so populated?
Right here, I think they're just trying to ruin the tempo of Verdant. They're just trying to slow chase, make sure, as you said, those backs are not easily done. On the top side, we don't see it on camera. Elling's got a solo bolo in the top lane against Influentic. The mage in the mid lane down. And Nuclear Vikings with this Baron, they're playing on 2 lanes. TP available for Elling. How are you breaking out of this as Verdant? You're going to have to force somewhere. You're down a member, and you're down so much gold.
It's currently only the 4 from Nuclear Vikings, but Elling has its teleport available. So hard to start a fight without that damage aspect from Influentic. We saw how pivotal he was in game 1, and once again, despite being on 0-6, there's still a lot of damage in that composition that needs the Victor online. Here we go. The flank is set up, and Elling is nowhere near. It's 4 against 5. Elling still nowhere near his teammates. They really need him now more than ever, but it's still farming in the mid lane. He is 4 against 5 still. But that's all it will leave us with. A skerfuffle in the jungle as they're looking to catch more unsuspecting prey. A rabbit is maybe on the menu next, but is instead some venison on the plates of Vikings. Just a little nibble then.
Just a little bite, a little somersault. I think that what Nuclear Vikings in Mouche Bouche, that's the word. My grasp of foreign languages sometimes eludes me. So Nuclear Vikings there. It looks pretty bad. They do secure the dragon on the backside as well. That means soul point for them, 5 minutes, scary fight for Verdant. Yeah, they do manage to end up forcing maximum dosage quite early from the Mundo. Once that falls down, you lose that huge burst of healing, the huge burst of HP that he brings up, which just makes him so scary in these, why he scales so heavily into those late game fights. They back off a little bit, and then they play into the jungle to make something happen. Nothing occurs, but they are at least Nuclear Vikings respecting the points of power that they have at maximum dosage, the strength of Victor. Securing the Drake now as well. They're playing around the win cons of Verdant very well. Shush is in a bit of a bad spot, but he is also a Gwen.
Yeah.
It could be a trade of kills here.
We probably could do. It has a teleport even to get out if you really, really want to. It's been a while since Verdant has shown themselves on the map, and they will finally show, and that will be the retreat sounded for Shu, who will be immune to any of this Verdant trickery. Now, in that fight in the jungle, I think we really saw both the shortcomings of the Verdant draft as well, where if you had someone who could pull the trigger, who could set off these fights more consistently, you had a bit of a benefit there. You had a 5 against 4 for yourself, but because the way they drafted for themselves, they are really limited in the way they can start fights.
And what are their go buttons? It's public execution from Ambessa, or it's a blitzcrank hook, really.
Yeah, with like no setup as well. Like
with
you
no
don't
setup.
have to raw dog the public execution.
And you're raw dogging
marksman.
it with no items. You're not that tanky, terror on the side lane, 4-item Ambessa, Influentic.
Dodging the enchanted crystal arrow, but it might not matter a whole lot as the entirety of Nuclear Vikings are collapsing on this poor Victor. Manages to stay alive. Then suddenly it is all of Verdant who are putting down the damage, punishing an overextension from the Vikings, smelling weakness where there was none. And they are picking up shutdown after shutdown. This Ezreal is really working on his future inheritance as he is picking them up bit by bit. And when we get back into the game, it is a massacre.
An absolute destruction for Verdant. Honestly, I thought backs against the wall, they're going to have to come up with something pretty special. Nuclear Vikings force onto Influentic. The arrow goes wide a little bit, and once you don't have that hit onto Influentic, he's able to dodge out most of the other damage, survive with his shielding, with the movement speed from his Q as well. He backs off, and then the re-engage comes in. They burn a lot of the tools, Nuclear Vikings. Josh Kang went very deep in that fight. Very deep to try and pick up Influentic. Too deep. And then the Ezreal's untouched. You said about this as well. Ezreal's untouched. Can he put the damage down? Looks like Colby can do that in these fights as it goes on. He was chunked very low by Elling, but not one shot. And all it means is that this game, which was honestly complete in Nuclear Vikings' control, the map state moves back to more even keel as... Wait, hold on, Walker.
As Walker absolutely gets
just
blown up, it needs 2 rotations to get the job done, but it gets the job done nonetheless. However, keep your eyes on Kobe, who is sitting on a lot of gold right now, who has the items to start really hurting the Vikings, but these fights are taking so long. Maximum value getting out of the Xin Zhao. Now Baron on the map, but they're not done fighting yet. Frontline has been eviscerated, and the ends of Verdant are starting to fray. Can they find their unity once more as Ambessa is really blowing up? But it might not make a difference. Low health bars are getting top to top as we speak.
And no one on the side of Nuclear Vikings ends up falling there. It looks initially Walker's picked, but that's not really... At this point, what does Blitzcrank really do for you? He's more like a body to put in front of you and a hook to hopefully hit. And now it looks like, well, actually, Nuclear Vikings, they play a good fight together where Mundo falling is really what you want to see because he can't run around as Elling.
Kobe getting a nasty surprise. And even the Aurora on low HP will not get the job done. Just scaring the marksman, just traumatizing them for later in the game.
I mean, it does show how aggressive Elling is willing to play this Aurora, jumping into the face of the Fed Ezreal. It was, pretty close, but again, gets both members managed to escape unharmed. Nuclear Vikings now. They've got the Baron, Dragons in 30 seconds. This is their soul. This is their fight to win. All ultimates will be available for this, other than the Between Worlds. We're looking at the major ones there. Shush, though, is he getting caught on side?
Now, they've tried
No,
this before,
he respects it.
And as we are nearing the Infernal Soul spawning, and we might be encroaching on the season finale of the Summoner's Rift slideshow, are we getting ready for the climax? As well, Kobe is going back to base as the Soul is spawning. Full retreat alone for Verdant. They are looking to fight another day. But that day might be toasty as Infernal Soul now safely in the hands of the Vikings.
Are Verdant saying, we don't win this fight, let's play for Elder? Because I feel like giving that over when you had what looked like the first track onto it, right? You were sat there waiting for Shush to come in. If you're that worried about a fight around, before Soul is taken, surely your worries about fighting an Infernal Soul against a composition like this is even more. Bit surprising. They're going to have to do a base defense versus Baron and Infernal Soul, and a lot of damage from the Nuclear Vikings draft. Do Nuclear Vikings overextend again? It's a possibility.
Well,
This
they're
standoff.
taking a big chunk out of Mali, and it might be so costly if he has to put his ultimate to top himself up once more. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it is Shu who is getting work done on these towers, pushing in these lanes simultaneously, spreading out Verdant very, very thinly, as they might have found their pick right then and there. Ezreal doing a lot of pain, but can't push it over the edge. The Vikings are falling, being spread out, they're being wedged through, but it's coming at a pretty hefty price. Every kill they're taking, they're giving one back, and despite a 4 against 3 currently, Nuclear Vikings are getting away with inhibitors and base towers.
And overall, you're just seeing, as you said, trade. One kill goes one way, one the other. Shush is still alive. This Gwen still quite scary, but I mean, Synapse, he's full HP. Nuclear Vikings, they've got to run. Josh
So
Kang's
really have to
dead.
start backing up their teammates now, as Josh Kang will be going down. This Gwen does have the needles available in just a little bit, but it might not make a difference. Cannot be raid bossing all by yourself. And once again, it is a complete reproduction of what we saw in game 1. I think it's one more pentakill and then Verdant lose.
Well, I mean, if the script writers have anything to go by, we're going to see Influentic step back up and end this in this game's scoreline with the 6 in the column. But Kovi, oh my god, he's taken very low. Well, half HP. Aurora now on 3 items is quite a scary prospect. But Nuclear Vikings, twice now they've tried to siege the base, and twice they've come away with dying. And I think it is, once that Ezreal has his back to the proverbial wall, they can't quite get to him. They don't have the flank angles to shut him down. If you are Nuclear Vikings, you've got Infernal Soul, but this Mundo now, he's reached level 16. Hobby's scary. They're going to have to play a bit more...
There's
oh,
no Gwen,
no,
and without
Scooby's
the
core.
Gwen, where is that Shredder that can deal with Male? It's going to cost them another one. These staggered death timers, right now there's no objectives on the map, but the lack of control for the Nuclear Viking, well, they're looking to turn the tides as they find a pick onto She-Boy, and it's answered in kind. And now it is Verdant who are on the back foot, as Shuk is back on the map, and he has that teleport to join his team.
And I will say, with Kobe down, Ezreal no longer on the field, this is a possible end angle, or at least a force to try and end or break the base more, because when that Ezreal's gone, as you've been saying, there's nowhere near as much long-range damage, and there's a lot less damage that you can, what's the word? You can actually deal with, like, Influentic. You can run at him. Running at Ezreal, pretty much impossible at this point. So with him down, they're now just going to siege the base. They're looking to break a couple more. They've got the mid inhib, or looking for the mid inhib. They're looking to get top turret. I will say he's up in 13 seconds, so Nuclear Vikings, your time has been wasted. You've got nothing left. Baron is spawning in a minute. Just secure that topside vision. Clear out the vision from Verdant. There's a lot of it, hovering around that Baron area. The Nuclear Vikings haven't swept out yet. And they need to make sure that they clean up their play and close out the game. Because I do think with Ezreal getting more and more items online and Mundo being as strong as he can be, it's very hard to just start brute forcing down the base.
Nuclear Vikings are in need of bait. Something to lure Verdant out of their little stronghold. It's very predictable where Nuclear Vikings are going to fight if there's not a big objective, when they can't make use of that superior vision control. So this Baron will be the setup they're looking for to draw Verdant out into a more vulnerable position.
I will also say they're benefiting from the fact that Baron and Elder are not synced here, so they can look to this Baron in 15 seconds, turn and burn, and then actually be able to fight the Elder fight, which is honestly the game decider unless Verdant really force onto this Baron issue. They're looking for it, Nuclear Vikings. They're just going to try and run it down, but don't forget the resistance shreds and the damage now coming out from Verdant is absolutely massive. They're looking at Nuclear Vikings, they're looking to force.
Yeah, and that might be the starting shot of this fight, as they're already taking swift care of business, as both Influentic and Walker are going down. Nothing they can do. Synapse on the run, but it matters very little. And this bait is luring Verdant exactly where they need to be. See what he can get. It is Kobe who is getting a lot done, but by himself. He is just alone. And Nuclear Vikings are playing around their strength. They set it up perfectly, knocking them down. No more pins standing. It's a strike. It's a knockout. It's a home run. The Nuclear Vikings are on their way to their very first 2-on-0 victory. Tides can be turned. Your fortunes can be profitable as long as you work together like these Vikings can.
And it's the power of friendship winning in the end. These Nuclear Viking guys, they played together the entirety of Div 2 last split. In this kind of game, they needed to win this game, Bandit. Really, they needed a 2-0 today to stay in the race out of relegations. They've done that. And I just want to say in that final fight, Shush, he manages to pick up the 2 kills. The Seraphine ult straight into the Gwen, knocking Influentic down. That zone control that the Victor was bringing out doesn't matter. And it's Shush, it's Scooby, and the gang bringing it out for a 2-0. Scenes, honestly, scenes. I mean, you're obviously, for the UK scene, for Nuclear Vikings to pick this win up today, it's big. It's big for the league, big for the storylines going forward.
I think maybe we're not the right people to be really picking apart the fine details of this game. All I can say is that was a very entertaining series. The Vikings have never been more lively, showing they have the potential to not only play well early, but actually translate that into a victory. And to pick apart the details, it will be our desk, where I think a familiar face on there. Was it your cousin is on there? Let's find out.
A distant relative. It's me. I'm back from somewhere.
Back, Boar.
Yeah, welcome back. No, he's Boar. I'm Rob. Either way, we've just seen Nuclear Vikings. Can we just? Are we able to bring up predictions again? Production. Can we bring up predictions? Possibly. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? It's a 2-0 for the Nuclear Vikings. Oh, I feel so good. No, I think wonderful. Honestly, great play coming out from Nuke. This game, bit wishy-washy, but guys, this team are actually in it to win it. Are they actually looking to make playoffs? Because they've taken down, I think, one of the competitors in that playoffs race, or at least for the race out of relegations. How you guys feeling? I'm going to start with you, Evan. You're the talisman of the team. You brought luck to them today.
Talisman of them. Yeah, I was clearly all of the back foot of Nook. I was clearly the reason why they won. No, I'm very happy for them to be out of playoffs now. Of course, second time on the desk. I don't know too much of team history about them, but clearly they've changed their ways. They've gone into today with a different kind of aspect, a different adaptability around their team. Noticed that they needed to play it slower. Noticed that the enemy team had a kid with a lollipop in his mouth on the support role with the Blitzcrank, and then just kind of play around that.
Yeah, and Gizmo, I just want to say on the other side, I think Influentic had a really hard game, didn't he? I think we have to say that he got focused a lot by the side of Nuclear Vikings, although overstepping sometimes as well. How do you think that Verdant recouped from this loss? Because I think that Nuclear Vikings, they're going to be ecstatic today. They're jumping for joy. Yippee! But if you are Verdant, you've got to be going back to the drawing board with maybe some draft work and maybe some work within the game.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear the draft work is going to do wonders for this team, right? We've seen little glimpses of wonder in their team. I just think that realistically, draft is not quite there. They've fallen for a few pitfalls. I think picking Blitz into Seraphine Ash. You want to play outside the wave when you're playing against Seraphine Ash. That just doesn't make sense. I feel like that's a very easy pitfall for people to fall into in draft. Blitz is good into enchanters, not really. And I feel like, just some work on draft, actually building a cohesive team comp. I feel like would do wonders for this team. We've seen like little wonders of Influentix during that game. Like we've seen it in the game before. He just hasn't had that team built around it to be able to follow up on some of those plays. And I feel like just putting that teamwork into that draft, making sure that you have those answers that are cohesive, would do wonders.
And we've changed our names before we end up going to the break. I've become the greatest, most handsome.
Business.
I've become the most handsome
Don't
Scottish
do this to me.
caster, Scottish caster of all time. Either way, before we go to break, I just want to say thank you everyone for being here. But we are on the cusp of seeing a Nuclear Vikings turnaround, a Schalke Nullfear-esque run out of relegations, possibly. We'll have to see going into the future weeks. But we're now going to break. We'll be back again for the next few games, and maybe another familiar face might return. See you then.
Oh, Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
Still going for this space. You would as Chimera super low.
Trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my God!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to James.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UKEL. My name is Trajan. I'll be taking over the desk hosting for the second series. I'm joined on the desk by Frisky, and look who it is, everybody. Look who it is. Look,
He's still here.
Him off, but he got his prediction right. He was the only one, so we let him be on the desk again, right? He's earned it. He's earned his third slot of the day in a third role. So props to Rob for back on the analyst desk, and welcome back to the desk, Frisky. Now, it's been a week of firsts. We've had our first three Rob day. We've had our first Rise win on Monday, and we've just had Nuclear Vikings locking in their first game and series win. So this is we have a bit of a changing of the tides potentially, a pivotal moment perhaps as we get deeper into this season for many teams. Now our series today in the second slot is Bulldog Academy versus Rise Gaming. Rise just got that first one, as we said. Bulldog had a strong start, but are still pretty darn mixed. The main difference between the two is kind of is mainly their result versus Verdant Academy, where one got the 2-0 and one got 2-0'd. So Frisky, I want to ask you about these two teams kind of through that lens, because you've played against both of them, prepped against both of them, and obviously considering like Verdant's own timeline, like teams especially in the UKL kind of will change week to week a lot as they settle in. So what are your feelings on Bulldog and Rise, kind of given the difference in how they performed against Verdant? But like, do you think one of them is growing better than the other? Do you think one of them has more potential than the other? What's your kind of feeling on these guys?
Verdant, that team just played, didn't they? I didn't watch the match. What happened? Yeah. We'll talk about that later. I don't know what happened, but we'll talk about that later.
Probably not
bother. So both teams are pretty interesting, I think. Bulldog was the team that I think a lot of us thought in the beginning were maybe a good team that could look like they could challenge for the top, or at least one of the top 4 spots. I still think that at the very height of their power, they certainly can. But I don't know. I feel like I've seen a little bit more, vulnerability from them. I haven't been completely convinced, and everything like Pivotal has done. I think most of their lanes are pretty solid. I feel like there's better people than Faulty in the UKEL, so I think that can make it hard for them to get top 4. I think after last series, Rise, easy pun, look on the rise at least a little bit. Even in our games, they were, a bit of a struggle. I think really only like one of the games was an easy one because I think they had a poor draft, but I think they've kind of found their style a little bit more. They're all players with pretty good, solid resumes on them. I still think Cure is a jungler who has, some growing to do, and I think compared to Pivolge, that could be like the matchup that could really be one-sided, knowing how much more Pivolge has, but because of kind of both the uncertainty with both of these teams, I think there's very different ways that the series could go.
Yeah, this kind of, as we say, could be a bit of a turning point for both of these teams if they can get some momentum building. Let's bring the predictions up very quickly as we continue this discussion to see, because this one's an interesting one. Rob, you were the sole prophet for the last time around. We've all gone for a 1-on-1, and that should tell you everything you need to know about how potentially close this matchup is. They're both in the mid-pack. They've both got a lot of growth still to do, I think, before the end of this split is out, and whoever can get this win now could be important to get that standings locked in as we approach playoffs. Now, Rob, for Bulldog specifically, we touched briefly. There's a change that is coming into this. We do have, I believe, a new coach that has stepped in for Bulldog this week. So would you like to give us a brief download on this guy? Like, what are we bringing into the team here?
So I was notified about this by the most handsome, well, one of the most handsome
That's
owners.
Gizmo. I told you that.
I was gonna say one of the most handsome co-owners of an NLC org that we know of. But yeah, I believe James Whitehall is his name. And coaching is his game. No, he comes in. I believe he's helped out Bulldog before in the past. I believe he went by Retro in the past as a player, a jungler, played on Carolina Black, if I remember, in NLC Div 3. This is I don't know why I know these stupid facts, but I do know he's done quite a lot of coaching around the scene. I've heard some very good things coming out of them. I think they have he gives a lot in drama. He gives a lot of feedback that seems very constructive. From what I've heard, sometimes you get a situation with coaching where a coach comes in and demands a style and doesn't adapt to what the players work with individually and actually take players' thoughts on board. I've heard in general he's quite an adaptive coach. And I think for a team like Bulldog Academy, which has Faulty in the mid lane, he has some interesting picks coming out there. Pivotal has had to bring out stuff like the Neferi, but has also gone towards things like the Pantheon. And I think Wormsoil has... I know he has some more in the back pocket, but he plays like the Olaf, which isn't the traditional top laner, right? I think when you have that sort of ability to work with players in there with their stranger pools, I think it can bring out quite a lot here. I'm, again, agreeing with Frisky, which is an interesting sentiment. No, I agree with Frisky. I think this team has a possibility to contend with the top. It's just whether they can all come together and make up for some of the mistakes they made.
Yeah, it's the top side we've been very happy with. They've been in discussions when we were talking about sort of very early all-star roster considerations on the last Saturday show. In the same way that Nuke's top side kind of showed up there, despite the fact they had no wins at the time, Bulldog's top side, Pivotal, and Wormsoul were both represented as well in that conversation. That's kind of how impressive they have been for us so far. But let's take a look at that second roster. Let's get Rise up here to remind ourselves. And this is, as you'd said, Frisky, this is a team with like a lot of names that we have a lot of kind of faith in. There are known quantities. Ketsuo, Jamsu, these are guys that we know have very high ceilings, and this new top side is... It was a slow start, but they have started to really kick into gear in that Broad series where they picked up a game against Broad and Friends. Kira and Demo were really starting to pull some weight. But one of the interesting matchups to me is really this mid lane, Frisky. Like, Faulty, to be blunt, has not been beating the allegations from last split, especially now the Heimerdinger has been allowed and Syndra'd quite heavily by Absolved. But Ketsuo as well is one of the most volatile mids we have in terms of highs and lows. So if you're thinking about this matchup, like, what, I guess, do you expect Ketsuo to be able to steamroll Faulty in that mid lane? Or do you think that Faulty, if there's a way for Faulty to try and kind of maybe exploit Ketsuo's vulnerabilities, or if there's an angle here for Ryze in mid?
Well, the really nice thing about this matchup is it's a battle of the mids, and we can also call it a battle of the mid. So I think it's a bit of a connection between the two because, I mean, the mid laners are good, but they're not, maybe the top three, any of the top three mid laners we'd have here. I mean, obviously, Faulty's known for a little bit more of a unique champion pool. We've seen him on the Heimerdinger before. He's obviously pulled the Nico out as well. He's pretty smart on the Nico. He can, be pretty smart with how he turns into wards and how he turns into minions and how he can kind of sneak into team fights, getting his team an advantage that way. But he's going to need a little bit more of that, I think, to beat Ketsuo. In the mid lane, it's going to be important, I think, that he just kind of stays on a stable champion. I feel like Ketsuo is somebody who is very volatile. He tries to go for like the crazy 1v1s at times. But I don't think that Ryze needs to kind of take their entire game plan on just Ketsuo getting leads. I think it's the same for Bulldog, where they don't need Faulty to be like the guy on his like Heimerdinger. I think it's just important that you get them both champions that they're comfortable on, that they know how to play with the rest of their team, and then they can just kind of move from there. Because the jungle and mid matchups are certainly really important for both these teams. Like we said, Cure having a bit of a slower start. He's kind of picking things up now, though. Pivotal is just obviously connecting with Faulty well. He knows Faulty's a bit of an odd player. I think we're going to really lot to see how these mids kind of connect with each other if we want to see which team's going to take it. And the Hammerdinger's already gone.
Yeah, so we're not just leaving a potential Syndra slam for Ryze here. Potentially they would wait for the counter pick. Now, Rob, as we start to go through these first few bans, just before we get into that first pick, we did see Ryze get that first win versus Broad. What would you say was the driving factor there? Because that is their first win. Like, what finally went right for them on that day, besides the fact that Broad won everyone? Like, what clicked for Ryze to get them over the line finally?
Draft gap. I think they had a much easier to execute draft than the Broad draft. I think the Broad draft was quite a struggle bus for them past a certain point. I also think one thing I noticed even in the loss they had in that series was Kure and Jamsu were actually playing together. I think in previous games, you haven't seen them walk around the map at all. Like, you'd seen Jamsu play one bit and then Kure was kind of getting caught a little bit. It was a bit of a miscommunication, but they seemed to continue to enter the game until Broad kind of realized they could just run around as a force. So I think overall, Jamsu being more vocal, directing his jungler, will mean that in the battle of the Eastern European junglers, Estonia versus Serbia, Ryze could come out on top. And the Varus first pick, this isn't a surprise, really. It is
not for DDD.
A standard pick, and for DDD, it's probably his most favourite champion.
Yeah, this is the last split when Bulldog were still, or was it Bulldog?
Bulldog, it was
last
Bulldog.
Split, right? Yeah, like, that's kind of the first pick where I start to go, okay, this DDD guy, he's got something, right? This guy, he's got something to offer. That team was obviously a bit of a mess at times, but DDD showed us something on that pick, and Varus is always, his champ's always good. So we've gone straight into the Orianna J4 for Bulldog on the other side, Frisky. Now, we've seen like Nocturne Ori still a lot, and we see a lot of Orianna, especially even Blinding Orianna now. For Faulty, this kind of scares me, Frisky, I'm going to be honest. Into Ketsuo, who's like got Zeds and things, like, I don't know, Blind Orianna seems kind of risky.
I mean, I understand what they're going with. The Varus first pick is an interesting one because it's actually something I feel like after the Dusk and Dawn nerfs, it's something that I've gone away from because I feel like it's lost its power. Now, why my opinion as a coach matters after today, maybe is a bit in question. But again, I'm here now, so we'll talk about that later. Clearly, Varus still does have some value. It's just obviously the issue is that you go right into a Jarvan Orianna, and now it's really easy to get on top of it. If you do have something like this with a Vi and a Azir, you can get on top of their comp first, which is kind of what you want. It's going to be harder for Bulldog's Academy's comp to re-engage. Kind of depends on what else they pick, but already with Jarvan and Ori, you really are just kind of meant to go forward and not else back. I can kind of see why they wanted to do the Jarvan Ori first up, just to secure that. I can see the concerns at least with it though, because there's other picks that you can go into it. I mean, the Azir is pretty standard there. The Xayah is also quite interesting because now they do want to try to play for Rise Gaming to go in full force, but I feel like Xayah is just a difficult champion to play right now because her early game pressure is just not as existent. I mean, I get rid of the karma. I feel like you want to go like Xayah Rakan, you kind of have to just to get anything on top of this Varus, but that's going to get banned. And if that doesn't get banned, it's
into Varus Azir. Do they have any? Do they need to full dive onto a Xayah with Varus Azir? Surely we just don't. No, we just kind of stand further away than her auto attack range and throw things at her. But I mean, that I guess you've still got the Jarvan threat to try and consider here. But I don't know if Yastrom's going to necessarily be given tons of free hitting time, depending on what the rest of Rise's draft is. But Rob, as we get into second round of bans, the Rakan is obviously banned in the second round when you just drop a Xayah in the first rotation. So what are you maybe thinking for Magpie now that we don't have the standard pairing? Are we still going for an engager like a Nautilus, Leona, Thresh kind of angle? Because Magpie does tend to go for these kind of archetypes.
I'd personally rather go engage, just because I'm looking at you can see my face when the Xayah came in. Vi isn't legally or government, the government just doesn't require Vi to press the R key onto Xayah every fight, and you are sat there with a Varus Azir on the enemy team. And so if you are now the side of Bulldog, you're playing a Xayah who wants to be sat back, but against a team that currently can sit back a little bit harder. I would rather see you go like a Nautilus. You haven't gone for a Brawn ban, which is a bit scary.
Like, you can't sit over there.
You can't. The problem is there's no Brawn ban, for example. So you're banning for the lane, right? Getting rid of the Renata, which is a Jamsu special, getting rid of the Karma. But now you can't really go your engaged support on 4 and not get slammed by a Braum. So you're going to go for a Rel. There's still a Braum and an Alistair available, which does make it a bit more difficult. Yes. And now you're going to have to look at like the top lane matchup. You're going to have to really pivot into something that for Wormsoil is hard winning. The Jax is still available for demo. He kind of took it to Aniki in that series in Brod, but he's just going to go for the Cassante, take that away from Wormsoil. What does Wormsoil respond? He's got a good Olaf, but is that what they really need right now when you're against, like, you've got Jarvan on your own team, like, denying access to enemy tech champions if he cataclysms? What does he want to do here? Is he going to go for an Aatrox? Unlikely. Cassante does invite, like, a Garen? No, not going to happen.
Gragas?
So,
do we go back
Gragas for Wormsoil? Like, he's got an eclectic champ pool, so we'll have to see where he wants to go. I don't like Gragas too much, though, into the Cassante.
No. I'm just saying champs I've seen him play at this point. I'm like, it's got an engage element to it, and it can get into a Jarvan ult, but nope, they're just going to slam the Olaf. Okay, well, Pivotal's going to have to know when to put that R button down, because we don't want to keep Wormsoil off the backline. Okay, Frisky, what we put together with Bulldog Academy, we've got dive. We certainly have a ton of dive, and then Xayah. Is this still fine? Or, do we have enough cohesion to make this work? Or is Yastrom going to be kind of left in the dust while his team runs half a mile down the other lane?
I think the second option of he might be left in the dust where his team just kind of runs down and he's going to be looking around.
Team fight, and he's like, okay, enjoy that.
Yeah, hey, that whole thing where you need Xayah the team fight to play into Xayah so she gets the most out of Featherstorm. Yeah, that's not going to happen because Olaf's running, halfway across the map looking for somebody. I mean, I get the Rel, just to continue with the engage. Obviously you're going to slam Braum into that. It's better than picking something like Nautilus, so it makes sense. But I think Rise Gaming have just way more options. They've got pick potential with the Varus, which the Vi can supplement as well. Vi and Azir can both go in. But then you've got abilities to disengage with Braum, and then the general dashes of Vi and Azir. and Cassante, and then all the re-engage potential, because you don't need to use all of those ults as much. There's more that the comp can do. There's more potential for things to go right. There's more potential for the catches to work. I think that Bulldog are going to be looking for one way to play in the game, and they're, if anything, looking for Rise to maybe run too far and then get the most out of Xayah. I think it could be really hard for Bulldog to play, especially if they get behind early. If they get behind early for this Xayah, I mean, just call it a night quite early. It's going to be really hard to play.
Yeah, we've seen what Wormsword can do on an Olaf when he's fed. If they don't execute the team fights right, the talent is there for Bulldog to try and punish them. But Rob, as a last point here, I guess if Yaztrim potentially is getting abandoned on one side of the fight, how does Kier play this as a Vi? If normally you're going to be sitting back and your Brom shield is up and your Azir wall is up, and Vi, what is Kier's job in this draft for Rise?
He can do whatever. I'm not saying whatever he wants. If they need him to go in,
I want to see him do whatever he wants now.
Frisky's kind of hit the nail on the head. If they see someone overextending, Varus ult into Viol, they're dead. Done. Doesn't matter. And then if they do get aggressed upon, which is highly likely, yes, you can't Viol and Olaf, but you can also press the buttons on to just play back onto your Varus and Azir if you want to. I think there's multiple ways he can actually. He isn't pigeonholed here, Cure, into playing one way exactly. That it's not with some Vi comps. You're like, Vi has to go in. She has to engage. You're not forced into this. And then when you have such a fractured team comp, it could just be a case of let's absorb the pressure, destroy Olaf as he runs in, and then play forward with the range that we're going to have here. I have serious concerns. I think Rise's draft is a winning game.
Yeah, okay, serious concerns laid down by Rob. I guess it's the third Rob with a change of shirt. We had Rob and Bor, we can call him Orb, I guess. This is the third version. But let's pass it back over to our casters. J-Real and Rory B for game 1 of Bulldog Academy versus Rise Gaming. Take it away, lads.
Thank you very much, Trajan. Welcome in, Rory. I feel like it's a situation where, people need to get off the fence, all right? I want production to bring up our predictions here, please. Because this analyst desk, they're all 1-1s. Rory, we're 2-2, but we're both sides of the fence.
The thing is, Rob earlier in the day said there were criticisms about people going 1-1. And I'm pretty sure he just went 1-1 himself, so I don't really know what's going on with there. I have no clue how on earth you've come to the conclusion that Rise is going 2-0. I'm going to be honest. I'm a big dog guy tonight, and I don't see the vision that you've got right now.
It's simple. I think the dogs are on the decline right now. I think Rise are doing exactly how the names say. They're climbing. We talked about the draft. Sorry. We talked about the draft in the analyst desk. They're saying if Rise play their game, Bulldogs have no chance. They're saying call it quits early if they're behind. And I agree, right? I like this draft a lot. I like it for not only the draft itself, but also who's on the picks, right? I think that it definitely plays a factor. And I'm all Rise right now. You know what I mean? Call me blue the way that I'm all Rise.
But the thing is, you put that prediction in before you saw the draft.
Yeah.
So help me get this, because Rise Gaming got 2-0'd by Verdant Academy. Now, I just watched Verdant Academy. Wasn't impressive. So you're saying they're on the rise, but frankly, like, any molehill's a mountain to them right now. So one win is like amazing. But
you could go down this linear sort of thoughts, but then you've also got to look at other competition that they've taken on, right? They went 1-1 against Brod, which made Brod go 1-1 with everyone, but it's still Brod. Brod, what you would consider is going to beat Verdant, right? Like, okay, they lost to Good Chi, but Good Chi are a pretty good team, right? Like, so it's a sentiment of there's worlds where basically, like, I feel like teams can kind of switch and change as it goes.
Okay. We got a quote from someone who's not currently on the stream and did not say this live on the stream. So production could just be lying. But I'm sure afterwards he'll stake his claim.
I just think that, like, Rise, I have some beliefs in their team and their potential, right? And I feel like they played well in the last time we saw them. Like, I feel like there's just energy I'm getting from him. Maybe I'm going a little bit like Crystal, like horoscope crazy. You know what I mean? Maybe like Mercury and retrograde or some stuff like that. You know what I mean? But you just sometimes get a vibe that a team is going to win. And today I picked Rise.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, vibes-based analysts have done very well. And frankly, sometimes it's just, you feel it deep below and you're like, I've got to trust my gut. So I rate that for you. I think you're wrong, but I rate it.
Well, we'll see. The proof's in the pudding.
The proof is in the pudding. And if it's a 1-1, we're both going to look very silly.
Yeah, but we won't look boring like this damn desk. I do think that 1-1 is sometimes an appropriate score, right? I think that at the end of the day, if you're playing against Brod, we know what to say. But we're not here for that today. We're here for Rise taking on Bulldog Academy. It started off. We're in the Rift now, 1 minute in. And at the moment, not a lot's going on. Junglers pathing opposite ways.
Yeah, absolutely. There are going to be ships passing in the night around mid lane. As they go for different crabs in the early game. One thing I do notice, though, is neither mid laner is running teleport. I love to see, especially with this season, the changes to home guards just mean you can get back to lane so much faster than previous seasons. So a lot of mid laners are opting for that ghost or even that barrier onto the Azir. I think that's playing it very safe from Ketsuo, but must really be scared of the Jarvan Ori combo that's going to be coming in, and doesn't want to be forced to get like that early Seekers pickup to stay safe. So the barrier just going to be doing a little bit of extra work to keep him alive in those team fights.
Is that a little bit greedy gaming though? Like, are we having a bit of a Zanzara moment here where it's like you don't want to get the Seekers, you're maybe going to like get yourself caught out a little bit later?
I think he'll get Seekers anyway, just because there's 3 big AD threats on the Bulldog Academy team, but I think instead of getting it just after his second item, he can get it maybe just after his third or even his fourth, if he's playing a very greedy build.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. I'm interested to see also how we've got Pivoli moving to the top side here, right? They're going to play for that Olaf, which obviously we all know can be notorious. Varus hasn't got any dashes, so where are you going when the Olaf's running towards you, right? Obviously Ketsuo can't push the Olaf away, so there are definitely some big question marks that we are going to have to answer with that pick if they can get Wormsoil ahead. However, my big caveat is that, like, you know, you do got to be careful in those team fights, because obviously Pivoli could start to cause some issues with terrain that could lead to some major problems.
Yeah, absolutely, especially like if this Jarvan, like they said on desk, puts down a really great Cataclysm, and then Wormsoil is kind of just chilling on the outside, like he's at a concert and just looking from the stands at all the action going on. It's very awkward, but hopefully they have enough synergy and they've practiced this comp enough. Like, Wormsoil loves this Olaf, so I'm sure Pivel and him have teamed up and they understand where they're going, what angles they're playing at.
And I guess the opposite thought is like Jarvan's on the other team, and then it makes it a bit unplayable. So, you know, there's a world where like actually this is the way that it should go. But essentially, you know, I'm kind of expecting when are we kicking off, Roy? When's this game going to really flex? Because I feel like Jarvan, obviously, Vi can make a lot of things happen early, but both these teams feel like they're mid-game spiking.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you're not wrong at all. Obviously, Xayah ganking a Xayah lane is actually really handy because, like, you've got the crowd control from Rel, and then Xayah comes with her own crowd control, something Varus doesn't really have until 6. So you could look, people could be looking down there and saying maybe, you know, I can do one gank, blow the flash. Actually, trade's coming out now. Jamsu getting pretty low.
Jamsu loves a trade, man. He loves to go low, but, you know, he's making them work. He's getting them to think a little bit, giving a bit of space for the Varus as well. But obviously now has to be careful in future trades, in the near future, I should say. But maybe this is all a grand bait, Rory, because the Vi is pathing down. There is a world where if they stay in lane, right, maybe they can utilize this.
If Jamsu here is trading more than half his HP as a grand bait, when Xayah has better wave clear and the wave's going to bounce, honestly, it's 4D chess that, if they're playing that right now, then fair play to them, but not to be rude about the players on these teams, but that might be needing a few more scrims before you can sync up like that, as we're actually going to be seeing here invading the Raptors right now from Pivel, as Pivel has gone and done exactly the same thing, teaming up with Magpie, actually, down on that bottom side. Now, Pivel has a big decision here. Yeah, either you guess that Vi is invading you. She wasn't spotted on vision, but, you know, if her Raptors are still up, chances are she's taking yours. So you could just get this free objective now, and
Ooh,
Wormsaul's going in.
6 though. This is dangerous. It was the level 6 free, but now here comes Vi.
No.
The punch in the face. Wormsaul in some trouble here.
Got no
Trying to
mana.
run away, trying to find something back, or just buy some time. Surely it's one punch and you're dead, and that is going to be first blood in the top. Dragon is secured though. Jarvan will be able to take that one for themselves. Goes back into the jungle to get a little bit more of the camps. But all in all, Olaf shut down top, which are you a little bit maybe worried about that? Because also 12 CS.
Look, I'm really worried about that because Demo can now just get a Bramble for free, just did. And now laning into Olaf is so much easier. Olaf has so much power early because he has so much attack speed and so much lifesteal coming through from his passive. Now that you can deny that lifesteal and also the damage that he would be stealing off of, it's a lot easier to lane into him, and his Q harass is significantly weaker. So this Cassandra is chilling right now.
Okay, and we've heard about Cassandra. I was a Cassandra hater like 2 weeks ago, and then everyone on the desk was like, no, but Cassandra can carry. So you know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe that's the game that's going to happen. Varus putting down a lot of damage there on Takachi.
Yeah, Magpie really just needing to base right now. Like Yastrom already based for that BS sword after pushing the previous wave, but because Magpie went and helped his Jarvan invade, hasn't been able to get that health regen, pick up those... Oh, actually, I'm lying completely. I didn't see the ruby crystal in his inventory. But he still would be liking to set up a play right now. Can Jamsu fall for it? He does have the dash and the flash.
Ooh, moving forward, knock up onto the Varus. Double knockups there, and the feathers coming through. Goodbye to Varus. That is a clean kill onto DDD. No rebuttal possible. And that is a nice play onto the bot lane for the Bulldogs. And given the start of the game, I was definitely thinking the teams would align completely opposite, right? I thought it was going to be heavy pressure from Rise bot lane, heavy pressure top from Bulldogs. So we've seen the complete opposite game plan.
Yeah, weak side, strong side has kind of been flipped on its head right now, which is really interesting to see. I'm a bit surprised that DDD didn't invest barrier or flash in that situation. I'm pretty sure if he just dodged the crash down. Actually, fight going on here.
Ooh, but the timeout has occurred, and Wormsaul now in a bit of a tough situation here. Is starting to dodge out though than the 2 strikes, but will go down. It's all over. The Cassante's starting to smooth and groove.
Oh, and Demo, this lane's starting to look a bit like a demolition here as he just blows Wormsaul out of the water. And yeah, that's just the power of Cassante there. Like, what's your all-out really doing? Like, sure. Sorry, what's the Ragnarok really doing against the all-out? Because most of the power of the all-out isn't the crowd control, right? It's the pure, true damage coming from the Pathmaker. And yeah, Wormsaul really on the back foot. And then Olaf from behind. If he's going to try and run onto this Azir and Varus, I'm a bit scared that he's just going to get blown up immediately the moment he tries to get to them.
20 CS down now. It's starting to look a little bit difficult in that lane, but you know, we'll see how much they can actually push that lead on that Cassante, and we'll see what happens around the rest of the map, because at the same time, we do have to lock in on the fact that Xayah has got a kill, got the BF sword now, starting to build some sort of power, which obviously is going to cause some issues for the other side of Rise, right? Because they do have a couple people that want to dive their backline.
Yeah, absolutely. It's huge getting this Xayah ahead, because so obviously the power of her Feather Storm is that you can dodge a lot. Actually, go for another fight there, so shut up quickly.
Oh no!
Just blown up. Once again, not flashing.
For wave, a classic, a story in 2026.
And I wonder if DDD just saw 3 people on his screen and was like, I'm dead. I know I'm dead, but not flashing twice in a row is critically costing him in this bot lane, and now with Yastrom at 2 kills, I don't know how Varus can exist in this lane, because Rel can effectively fight whenever she wants right now.
I am wondering though, like, because Varus is so rangy, can they not just, you know, chill out, play it from the back?
Yeah, but he's playing Poke Varus, right? We see the Hail of Blades, so that would suggest Poke Varus. But Poke Varus he's pretty useless if his poke doesn't do a lot of damage, and he's significantly behind. So if the team of Bulldog Academy just goes, look, our Zaya is huge. Just put the ball on Pivel, and we'll let our Zaya walk up from behind and just pump out so much damage. Poke Virus can't really utilize his cooldowns. He can't utilize his kit properly. And that's really the hole in Rise right now.
Well, we'll see if it can be sealed up. Will they be able to lock this one in and turn it into a positive? At the moment, second dragon, as you said, is going to be up, and that should be an easy take for Bulldogs here. So getting a lot of objectives under their belt here, especially on that bot side, forcing the side of Rise to play into Yaztrom and Magpie. It's a pretty good win condition. I like it. It's standard. Some pretty Route 1 League of Legends, but it does work.
Yeah, absolutely. And because you see the Azir on the other side, we're like, I don't want to let him carry. Actually, Magpie going in for another fight. Pivel's back with a vengeance. Just going to say hi. As actually in the mid lane, the Azir, I think? No, it was the Azir Vi combo there. The assist did go over to
Faulty got ganked. Like, Faulty got ganked.
Yeah. But, didn't invest the seasoned assist, right? So still has that tool available.
No way. No way you're going for the dive here. It's crazy, but he gets it. He gets it. Wormstoil is ready and locked in on the Olaf. And okay, Demo maybe not causing so much of an elision on this top side.
Honestly, I think Demo's scratching his head right now going, how did I lose that? Because he's so far ahead. He's got so much damage with the Sheen. Wormstoil only has a few long swords. So, yeah, the power of the true damage, I guess, just ignoring all of that armor.
It works. It's a thing.
It works. It's very effective.
Like, I don't know how much we're getting back into the game here. Like, I don't know how much Wormstoil needs to celebrate just yet. I still think there's levels to it. I still think there's a bit more momentum needed. But the fact that it's not over in the top side
is huge.
Does give a little bit of concern, I guess, for the side of Rise, because I thought that was done and dusted. Casante's winning. Now we just need to fix bot lane. But now you got a little bit of problems in both.
And now, yes, your Casante's goes Iceborne, but it's really important that Wormstoil gets to that Rav Hydra, because, oh, never mind, if he dies now, it's going to be really embarrassing saying that. But as long as he doesn't hit Olaf, he just heals so much off the wave. So Casante can never really just poke him out with a constant EQ auto that you see a lot of Casantes do in a trade pattern. Because Wormstoil doesn't care anymore. He's like, you either all in me, or I'm chilling.
Strong position. One item is all it took, and the Olaf is now a problem.
Yeah. It's like when Aurelia gets Bork and you're like, oh, she's full build. I can't do much about this.
It is wild. It is wild how much champions can get power from just one item, but that is the game that we all play and love, League of Legends. As we're going to see more fighting in the top side once again. Olaf looking for the kill and will not get it because they're going to back away, but now they're getting ganked, and this could be problematic because they don't have Ragnarok anymore, but they are still quite strong. They are also over half HP. How much damage can you actually do? Well, apparently quite a lot is what the Vi's saying. One punch and you're dead. And goodbye to the top side, and it might be more, but the shuffle doesn't grab either. Ketsuo whiffing, and that means two people live from Bulldogs.
I actually don't know how Ketsuo's wall didn't hit anyone there. Obviously Pivel flashed, but I thought it would have certainly scooped up Magpie. Just unfortunate timing, it seems, right there. As both junglers really making their presence known on other sides of the map. Kia's said hello to topside 3 times now. And obviously Pivel's presence in the bot side is what's got Yaztrom these 2 kills. Very interesting way this is playing out, because I believe Grubs did go over to the side of Rise. Which means if this Azir gets any time in the side lane in the mid game, he will be shredding towers.
Yeah, Ketsuo definitely a strong component of the Rise side here. Next dragon coming up though in a minute 16. Do we fight? Do we not fight? Like, where's your head at in terms of Rise? Because obviously they do have a lot of components, but Bulldogs, they have some heat themselves.
So I think you prefer to fight at one item. Ragnarok coming out actually, so I'm going to hold that thought.
Once again, the fight is on, and there's nothing you can do.
There's no all out. There's no all out for a few seconds.
You're trying to run, but he's faster. He's going to finally fall out of it, but it's too late.
Okay, so we're talking about dragon spawning soon. Olaf has the TP from top lane quest. We'll have Ghost coming up. Obviously, we'll have the Ragnarok, but if to save the
look
tower,
how much cooldown's gone down.
Yeah, but if Demo now TPs to save the tower, Wormsoil can just go, okay, bye, I'm going to Dragon. There's now the fight for Vision cleared out, as Ryze are just trying to hide in darkness right now. Obviously, really important for the Varus, but a massive gold injection coming through for Wormsoil, because the full tower plates last forever now, folks, so that gold's always there. Dragon's going to be spawning up, and it looks like Yaztrim and the gang are actually going to be pushing for this bot lane tower instead.
They've got to be careful as Oriana. 40 is waiting, and there's the TP coming out as well. They're bringing 5 members. This is a scary play for Ryze to make. They can't walk down. They can't walk up. Where are they going to go? Well, Varus is going to go straight back to the fountain. That's a double knock up. There's the cage. There's the sweep, but it's too late. The Olaf has gone rampant in this team fight, and they're not done yet. Moving towards the backline again. They take down Cassante. They push them off the Drake. They take the objective, and all in all, Bulldogs are cleaning up.
A huge mispositioning there from DDD. Just finds himself on the wrong side of an Olaf Oriana, and just gets melted immediately. And then one of your main damage dealers is gone. Ketsuo gets a big multi-man shuffle, but it comes out with his dying breath. So you can't build the space that you need, as now Kia is just getting pounced upon by Pivel and Magpie. Mage still live.
Turn around, turn around, turn around.
Able to get the flag out, and there's a handy little blast cone there to keep him alive. But whoa, Bulldog Academy saw that opening and took it. And wow, that was just an incredible fight. Yaztrim had 3 people on him, but he was able to buy enough time with that Feather Storm that his team were able to do the damage on the other side.
The Olaf is strong, and it's hard to run away from. I feel like that's kind of my breakdown of the whole fight. I don't think more needs to be said, but it's now starting to put Ryze in a bit of a hole. They are only 2,000 gold down, but they are 3 dragons down, and it is Cloud Soul, which I feel like in the UKEL we've been getting a lot of. Okay, like I don't know if like we're fixing the map or something, or what's going on here, but we've been getting a lot of Cloud Souls, and it is a perfect one for Bulldogs, right? Olaf and Cloud Soul, need you say more?
It's absolutely disgusting. Yeah, and also a weird interaction that people sometimes forget. Rel with Cloud Soul is kind of insane, because when she crashed down, she loses move speed, but Cloud Soul just boosted up again. So even if you flash away from her, she'll still catch you with the Magnet Storm, and you're like, well, now what do I do? Oh yeah, die. So 3 dragons now for Bulldog Academy. The clear route to victory is in front of them. As we get a solo kill on the bot side, Faulty just putting Ketso in the dirt as Rift Herald started up and Pivel getting a bit feisty.
Yeah, moving forward here, I feel like Demo can't get anything done there, right? You got the Olaf there with the Ragnarok. You cannot step up. I guess there's a world where you could potentially still get out of it if you can bait out the Ragnarok and then, you know, take someone with the all out. But it's risky business at the moment. They're going to get Herald, and on the bot side, we are going to see the revenge gank onto Faulty, who did get the kill onto Ketsuo. Kerr just not able to stay close enough because the Ghost is going to just do enough work, plus the slow. Faulty is out and alive, and that's a flash blow. Oh, sorry, that's the ultimate blown for Kerr.
Yeah, and it's Herald given over. Kira said, I can't let Faulty touch this tower and get even more gold. And just says, well, now I'm giving Herald, and that's going to break open towers and give more gold. So Ryze, even though they're only 3k behind, I think that cash is just going to explode for Bulldog Academy in the next few minutes as... Look, Faulty, well known for being a Heimerdinger and Nico player. I would not be expecting him to firstly be up in CS in lane versus Ketsuo, nor solo killing him in the side on Oriana. So clearly he's put in the time to really refine his playstyle on this champion, and it's really encouraging to see.
He's putting in that work. He's making things happen. And yeah, as you said, the Ketsuo solo kill is legit. So at this moment in time, Bulldogs, they're feeling really comfortable, right? Yeah, he's got the measurements. Like, he's got 6 stacks. He's reading right now, Rory.
Yeah.
But what we got to think about is in a minute, there's another dragon fight. This is for Soul. This is, in my mind, a pretty much must fight for Rise. But it is definitely... like, there's no good choice here, right?
There isn't. Like, your Varus doesn't even have Mora mana complete by the time the straight comes around. And that is really an eyebrow raiser here, because with Olaf finishing that experimental hexplay, your Yomu's isn't going to get you out of the fight. DDD has to be so careful on his positioning here, because your Braum's not going to save you from the onslaught that's about to come. As Magpie looking for an angle here, I don't think he can into a Cassante Braum, but, you know, I respect the look.
Well, I don't know. There's a level where I'm like, actually, maybe they can do anything they want this game. You know, if you get a good Magnet Storm into the Cataclysm and you have Wormsoil in there, like, what is anyone else going to do to you? You know, that's what I'm really thinking here. But Rise, you know, I will say this: let's not count them out just yet, because the game's the game, and they got to still close out Bulldogs. And Bulldogs at the moment looking around this dragon. They're setting up 6 seconds on the clock, and they're just playing around this river control.
Oh, Pivel.
Oh no.
Finding Cure.
Okay, Cure gonna find out. We'll see the Jarvan does not allow them to get completely locked down, but
the Olaf's trapped.
has to flash away, gets out, and now gets a kill. Ragnarok has been popped, running down the enemy team. They're looking for the Thrush. Well, the Oriana ult is massive, but it's not enough. And this is what I talked about, Rory. The game's not done yet.
Pivel just blocked off Wormsoul the moment Wormsoul popped Ragnarok. With the Cataclysm Wall, they were worried about it on desk, and I thought, no, they practiced this, they're fine. Magpie going over the
but they're back up in the air. That's a dangerous position to be in, because here comes the ADC. Xayah getting full power to them, but Jamsu's going to shut them down. The ice is too much. They've bitten off a little bit more than they could chew, but still have stopped the potential of the forward movement. Or have they? Because Kia's moving forward. The Oriana flashes away and stays alive. Vi gets out as well, as Jamsu now kind of left to his own devices, but the top laner, Demo, is going to join in. We'll just be able to ward them away, but Dragon is still up on the table, and we need some resets coming out from Rise.
It's still up, and I think we're going to see another fight in a second here, as Pivel is once again back on this Dragon. Go start it up. Let's go start it up. Kia went back to base, and Bulldog Academy think they could just sneak it.
Also, this is a slow drag. Like, there is a world where the Vi can get back in time.
Yeah, really.
But with Olaf turning up, maybe they can get it done.
Well, Kia knows. Kia's like, I can't get to it in time. I'm going to do my red buff. That's a 22-minute Cloud Soul.
Now, but you know what that means, Rory?
They gotta be speedy.
I think this is a very, very understated point. A poignant one of that. Actually, one that could flip the whole game on its head.
Oh? Soul
is secured. But Elder Dragon is coming up soon.
I see what you're saying. Like, look, let's not forget. Earlier today, we saw a team down a significant amount of gold get a pentakill and close that gold. Yes, they lost the next fight and then the game, but they still got a pentant. They still won the fight, even though they were so far down. So there's always hope for Rise.
And some would say the hopium is rising. Because
some would say that
they were able to win that team fight, not cleanly. It wasn't like a sweep or anything, but they didn't lose it.
I feel like Bulldog Academy lost the fight more than Rise won it, if you know what I mean. If you're actively sabotaging your top laner, but even still, you take the wins you take, right?
Yeah, of course.
Like, if you saw that fight where it was Faulty and Kia scrapping out mid lane, Kia was doing good damage, as Faulty might be core here, has the Ghost.
Able to get away though, nice speed, nice tempo, and
Ooh,
here comes the engage, Pivotly trying to get in
this
there.
This is a long flank.
But swept away! Ketsuo with the fast reflexes says, no Magnet Storm here. Remove yourself from the Emperor.
Wormsoil used that TP to calm down, and frankly, they might just start Baron here with Jamsu so low. They don't have a Braum to walk in. Just gonna start the Baron. They don't have a ton of vision around. He was spot on that ward.
You gotta get out of there. You gotta get out of there, buddy.
But Ketsuo is now chunked. He doesn't have teleport. He's running the barrier, remember? I honestly, I think Bulldog Academy could have started it. I think one of them could have kept it leashed when they went for that play on Kia. But no, they're going to play it safe.
All I'm saying, another win for Rise.
It's only a 2k gold lead, right? So I thought they were going to balloon this gold lead, but no.
Wait, can we have a look? Well, I want to see. Can we press X on the controls? I want to see where the gold is, though, because I think this is going to be quite the poignant.
It has to be
factor.
all on Yastrom, right? You just hit 3 items, but so like DDD also hit 3 items. Right, we got a bit of a second, so I got to put on blast. Bot lane quest gives so much extra gold, it's not fair. I refuse to accept that's fair. When I'm playing top lane and I've gone like 2 solo kills, I'm like, I'm in a good position. I see the enemy AD carry with an entire item more than me after going even. I'm fuming. And maybe this is just a top laner being grumpy, going, I have to wait till I'm level 20 to impact anything. But it feels unfair. I don't know your opinions. If the Baron's going to be started up here, Bolty trying to zone out the enemy team. Chunks Ketsuo. This Baron's going down fast.
Say, they're starting to lose some HP though. Remember, the resistance is going to go down. Ragnarok going to be popped immediately. They're charging through, but they are going low. They're staying alive for a bit longer than they need to, though, but they do finally fall. Now we're seeing the movement forward. Low HP bars from Bulldog and full movement from Rise. They've taken the fight forward. They've won it so far, but they need to still be cautious. Orianna and Zaya do so much damage back. I don't think they can go for this Baron, but once again, they deny forward momentum for Bulldogs.
I don't know how Rise are keeping in this game. It just felt like the amount of beef they have on their front line just meant Wormso couldn't get through onto Ketsuo. Here, I assumed was just dead because he went so low, but the power of Triumph plus Sundered Sky just keeps him in the fight for so long. Wormsoil now not looking as scary as he was 10 minutes ago in these fights. But Bulldog Academy aren't done yet. They're going to try and clear out as much vision as possible, but they're not dropping pinks or hitting sweepers, so they're definitely spotted. They've now got the sweepers in play. Kibble's able to clear out all that vision, and they do have that bot wave pushing, which is going to buy them time and will need to be answered if Rise don't want to lose a ton of XP down on that bot side. Bulldog Academy going to start it out again after clearing out all that vision, as long as none of them are caught on that crab. Kier's basing! It's free!
They've got it. They've got
Rise
it.
have got complacent! And they've given a Baron.
But how do they play it now, right, Rory? Because a minute in time, the fight will occur. This, in my mind, is make or break. Winner of this fight takes game home. Elder Dragon is up. Yes, the waves are there for Bulldogs, but can they use them, right? This is, again, another situation where we're getting to see how Bulldogs cope with this lead, how they react to the pressure, how they move forward in this game. Because, again, like we talked about, the goal lead is only 1,000. They haven't managed to balloon this. They haven't managed to push this to the max, right? And we are still seeing very close fights where Rise are starting to get the better of them.
Absolutely. Even though you have a 2-level lead on your Zaya, she still has to stay alive and punch through all this armor of this Rise frontline. Yes, has the last whisper.
The rail flank. The rail flank. Somebody's got to be careful.
Is it a flank, or she's just staring down Ketsuo right now? As Yastrim trying to fight over a ward. And yeah, Bulldog Academy, your job here is just to usher in these Baron minions and try and get your mid lane pushing so you can come through that central bush, so you can build your vision line. Because look how spread they are right now. Kier wants to fight. He can very much choose to, but they're trying to rely on the poke of the virus. Overall, it's not doing a ton, as now they're swooping in, but the pit belongs to Rise. And they've started the dragon.
They swore sides. They're also, neither of them are on the right side, so there's no escaping from the fight. The dragon has started and is doing some damage to Kazante. They are starting to let it go down. They're not deciding to peel yet.
Watch the rail. Watch the rail.
This rail on the side. Magnet Storm coming through.
Oh,
the Emperor's Divide is there, but it doesn't get them far enough away. Olaf running down, leaving Ketsuo, but Ketsuo is the only one alive. Chased down by Pivoli, and now will face the axe to the back. Wormsoil cleans up, and Rise have definitely gone down.
And just to top it off, the Elder goes over to Bulldog Academy. No doubt with these Baron minions, they're able just to break open Rise's base. Maybe look for an end. I know the Varus and the Braum are up in 10 seconds, but honestly, they're so damn strong right now. We have no ults available on either team. Ragnarok is up soon, so maybe Wormsoul can get some greatness done here if there is a fight going out. But they're now onto the Nexus Towers, looking just to break the game down.
And it looks like it's GG right now on the Nexus. Who can stop them? Eldred up. They're moving forward. They take another kill for free. And Rise have fallen in game number 1. That is a really, really strong performance from Bulldogs. Like, I will say it's not the craziest. Like, I'm not saying, okay, from this performance, I think, okay, they're going to be number 1 in the league. But they definitely stamp their dominance in that mid-table. They are saying that we are definitely claiming some sort of spot around that 4.
Yeah, and everyone who thought Rise would take both games today is just falling to their knees. They're not having a good day. I don't personally know anyone who would be so foolish to say Rise would 2-0, but they're certainly out there, I'm sure, in Twitch chat or whatever. Oh, look, predictions are here! Oh, so maybe you're hoping for the boring 1-1, Jay, but proper Bulldog.
No, I think I would never choose the 1-1. I just want good League of Legends, but at the same time... Yeah, Rise, you've hurt me. This will affect whether I predict you later on. You know, I just want to let you know, Jamsu, I was counting on you, lad. I'm just gonna make it personal.
That wasn't Jamsu's
We're gonna throw
fault.
this one back to the desk. We're throwing this one back to the desk, and we're gonna send it back to Mr. Trajan to break down game 1.
Thank you, Jay and Rory. Take note, Rise. You've hurt this man more than you know, apparently. But I'll be honest. On the desk, our 1-on-1 predictions are looking kind of good because that was a back and forth swingy affair in game 1 between Bulldog and Rise. Now, folks, this one started, we were pretty confident that I think that the Rise comp, kiteback comp into the dive with a kind of disconnected Xayah, it seems like that was a good setup, but from minute 1, Frisky, some of these lanes were not going as we expected. You know, Faulty's up in CS, Demo is solo killing Wormsoul. It was all a bit kind of parallel universe for the first few minutes.
Well, that tends to happen in the early parts of the game. I mean, it really is just kind of how you play your waves. It's like how you take trades on. I mean, your champions don't have enough items yet. Champions don't have all their abilities yet often sometimes. So a lot of it can just be kind of at the whims of the skill of the players. And sometimes you make mistakes and sometimes you don't. But it was a good start, seemingly, for Rise. I mean, they got, onto some kills pretty early on. But they didn't get onto some dragons. I mean, they really had prio for that first one, but just kind of gave it up to look for more plays. And then just Bulldog just kind of clawed their way back. I mean, they just Wormsoil just was starting to pick up kills. And, he was the one who kind of became pretty damning by the end. I mean, obviously we were joking about Faulty's odd choice of Medjais, like after only 6 stacks on Orianna.
Dude, I'm livid he stacked it. I'm livid he stacked it at that point. I am so angry.
Yeah, I believe he actually only got to 24 stacks. He didn't get to 25, so we can be happy. He missed out on one.
I think he fountain dived for the last one. So when the Nexus went off, it was 25, but they fountain dived with Elder just to tick me off even more, sadly. But yeah, we saw in this first replay, and it was a very messy game, right? And we saw that Rob, as we had this idea of how Rise is supposed to play this comp out, right? They've got kite back and then versus dive. You kind of know what you want to do there. Now they were early to the objective, and you kind of naturally put yourself in a bit of a pincer, so it's tough to handle. They tried to force their way forward out a bit, didn't work, right? However, second replay, which we hopefully have up here, they actually executed kind of the way we thought, and it was a very different story, Rob.
So yeah, you see in that first one, they get pincered, they leave DDD to just sort of DD die, and then in the end they just get destroyed. And then in this one, we can kind of see here that they are able to walk back into this bot side jungle. They recognize, okay, they're going to engage on us here. Cure doesn't go forwards, he just simply plays onto the pivotal dive, which is coming up, and it means that it's very easy for them to kite this one out. We saw what looked like a great turnaround again from Bulldog, the flash forward from Wormsoil, and in the end it didn't really matter because he just died. And I think that showed that there was life in the Rise composition. Yeah, you see it here. Pivotal, he thinks he's got the angle.
Yeah.
And as they walk back in,
like a flank for the ages. Like,
it looks
this
great.
Is exactly what they want.
And this is what they want. Immediately play onto Pivotal, blow him up, kite backwards, keep going. Cassante holds him at bay, he dashes back, and then even though Olaf's running forward, great flash for with the shockwave, but he just gets destroyed. And they then keep playing backwards. Look at Xayah running at them. Running at them with a W on, and she's not able to get any damage down. We think, great, and this is what we want. However, it really wasn't to be for the rest of the game. And I do want to say here, I think there was a lot of instances where they knew that their comp stylistically was good into what we believed, we believed it was good as well into Bulldog's comp. I just think the way that it ended up being played and the positioning they took in some of the fights just gave too much access to Wormsoil and to even Yastron to free hit.
Yeah, I mean that Orianna Olaf Shockwave combo should win like almost any team fight. It's such a good engage. Like that should be enough to win most 5v5s, but even that wasn't enough to get it over the line because of how good the comp is at kiting back. And that's like we went, there it is. That's now how it's gonna go. But ultimately, by the end of the game, we saw more like that first dragon fight. Again, it's in the dragon pit. It's at Elder. And somehow we've let the flank get into place. We don't have vision around the sides. We let Pivotal and Wormsoil get in the back, and it just falls apart. So, props to Bulldog for sticking with their, sticking to their guns here. And Frisky, like from this point, I guess I'd hoped that the Rise had learned their lesson, but as kind of Robert touched on, Wormsoil and the Olaf, it's a little bit untouched right now.
Look at him.
Well, I guess Kakashi as well.
Rob, you can't laugh at that. You just made the DDD pun as well, so he's got every right to make the next pun.
No
but the Rel obviously gets a really good engage on the side. Helps a 10 out, but I mean, there really isn't anything that Rise can do here but just let Wormsoil in. They pretty much can't afford to just be sitting on the dragon. They have to try to get on top of them first and kill them before Wormsoil can do anything, because as you saw there, they had pretty much they had no control over the area that they thought they had control over, and Wormsoil was literally just using his Ragnarok and running people down. But Bulldog did pretty good at just making sure that Rise was playing a little bit, scared. They were playing a little bit nervous because of the Elder Dragon, and all they had to do was just wait for the right moment. They go for the right moment, and then that gets them the win.
Yeah, so looking forward into this next game, the kind of key takeaways for me here is Faulty, actually, low-key, bit of a banger game, right? We talked about that mid lane matchup, and it seems he was actually like up 10 CS, solo kill on Ketsuo, bought a Medjay second for absolutely zero, and stacked it by the end of the game. Like, guy bet on himself, and and I normally would not be betting on Faulty, but he did, and it worked out really well. So going forward now, Rob, if you're Ketsuo and you're Rise, what are we doing about this? Because we can't let this happen again, surely. Like, we need to be trying to put this guy's ego down a little bit. He's buying Medjay second already just from one solo kill. Like, what can we do to stop Faulty here?
Stop Faulty is an interesting statement. I think Loki early game.
Yeah, that's not a statement we thought we'd be pitching. Is how do we stop Faulty? This is a bit of a different narrative for us right now.
Yeah, stopping Faulty. I think sometimes the seemingly immovable object stops themselves, or rather the unstoppable force.
Well, it doesn't move in the begin with, so it
doesn't move to begin with. Actually, I've got the wrong end of that idiom. But either way, I think that I think Faulty this game just played solid. I wouldn't point out and say he played incredibly well. He did get the solo kill in bot lane, to be fair. One of the things I will point out here that if you're Rise is you can't be giving early kills in bot lane. Like, if you look at DDD's positioning early on here, the number of times he steps up too far and Pivotal was just, well, I'm Jarvan, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
I think you can't, Valorous is still an important part of this composition, and for him to have quite a poor laning phase overall sets you up for, my Varus isn't the threat. You're not playing the fight slow, getting your poke down with Varus and then eventually killing them. They just manage to jump on you every single time and the Varus poke doesn't land. And I just think overall you have to save the bot lane situation and make sure that Faulty does get punished, because I don't feel he got really punished really this game at all. Jump on, gank the lane. For one, gank the lane. Go to the lane and kill the man.
It was just the one gank they did, and it was fine, and it got a kill, but that was it, yeah, and that was his one death the entire game, was that point, right? So, I guess we'll see what the choice is going to be. We're about to head into draft in just a moment, but Frisky, if we're looking towards what we're expecting in terms of adaptations, perhaps, we can see some of the bans coming through. It seems like there's less focus on the Faulty bans, actually. There's a Heimerdinger ban, but not the Nico yet. I'd imagine this would be here, but it's actually been left open, so are we B1ing Nico, or is there something else you'd maybe like to see for Bulldog prioritize here? Well, I guess there it is.
I mean, they might as well B1 it. I did the same thing, and do I blame a player who's told me to leave Nico up? No, I don't. But maybe one player said, hey, maybe leave Nico up, and I said, okay, good idea. Was not a good idea.
No.
Maybe they were listening to me, and they said, you know what, it wasn't a good idea. The Rumble B1 is fine.
Player.
That's pretty traditional. I don't know how much Rise is going to want to immediately take the Nico. I think it's something that Jamsu does play, but they obviously don't have as much urgency with it, rather than Bulldog have a chance to flex it to two lanes. it is still something that I think you want to eventually look for. It does let you get 2 pretty heavy AP lanes. You can put something for Faulty in the mid lane that is more AD if he wants the Yone, if he wants one of his Zeds. He's got that opportunity to do that. Rise is definitely not going to go Varus Nico here because you're just trolling if you do. There's so many better enchanters to go with that. So we'll kind of see how they want to figure it out.
Yeah, we've got the Varus. So,
yeah. There's a Heimerdinger player here, so you never know.
You never know in the UKL draft phase. Certainly we can say this. Now, pondering on the Aatrox first, Rob, do you like this better as what is essentially, it's a flexible blind, but a blind nonetheless?
It's one of the more solid champions. We saw it as answers into stuff like Mundo Jungle as well. It's got an incredibly good matchup there. I'm just wondering about whether you could have just secured like Varus Karma early on. I think that champion seems to be a fan of the UKEL. I also think you're sitting there and being like, well, Nico's not going to be taken is also a little bit, what's the word? Not naive. And there you go. It's locked in. Pivel as well likes Skarner a lot. He used it to great effect to get that 1 win against Brod that they got earlier in the split. Bulldog did. So you're seeing a lot of comfort coming out. Skarner Rumble as well. You're like an Australian man with the barbecue if you're Skarner. You just hold him on top of the grill and cook him alive. So the Trundle pick.
Right. Okay. I was like, where's this reference? How's
put another shrimp on the Barbie.
He's
That's
a
what they like to say.
What are you talking about?
He's an Australian man chef.
They
okay,
don't put scorpions on the barbecue.
No, but he's the one doing the barbecuing. He's the guy cooking them. He's not the one being cooked.
Right. I'm moving on from this. I'm moving on from this. Okay. Look. Okay. Right. So. But yeah, so the Skarner from Pivel, famously the champ that they dominated that Broadwin. The Skarner was pivotal, perhaps we could say, for Pivel there in that game. It was very, very good. So, and you're right, it is kind of all comfort here. It seems like Bulldog were like, okay, look, if you want to take the Nico and you want to be like, you know, R1 and 2 it, we will punish you. We're not going to slam it, but if you're going to leave it open for us now, fine, we'll lock it in. So that they've kind of left the door open, but the trap perhaps was not taken by Rise. Now we're into the second round of bans. And we're not focusing on supports like we had previously, at least so far. The Akali and the Caitlyn ban here. Frisky, I don't know about a Caitlyn ban in 2026 into Varus, who surely is fine range-wise to go into that matchup. Is it that good with Nico? Or, I don't know.
Wasn't I the idiot last year who was making all these puns, and now I'm hearing like pivotal and whatever the heck I just heard about Australians? I don't think they're putting scorpions. I mean,
yeah, I don't think that. I think Rob is trolling, bro. Yeah,
I think Rob's needs a cup of coffee.
He's been on He's been on all day. We'll cut him some slack. This is his role he's done today. We've been working him hard, so we'll give him half a metaphor with shrimps on Barbies, I suppose. But right. So tell me about this. We've got the Karma ban now. We've got a Swain here, which has been a bit of a specialty on this patch. I do feel like it's not as good as people seem to think it was. But Frisky, with this Swain, mid support, any real preference here given what we've seen so far from Rise? Like, where are we thinking we're putting
I think it's just going to depend on where the Nico goes. I would guess that they would not want to play it into the Nico. I feel like that matchup could be a little bit tricky. At least in the mid lane, it could. I mean, it just doesn't pair well with Varus, in my opinion, because he doesn't have the best amount of range. I mean, it could blow somebody up really easily. So it's actually kind of interesting that you go something
into E combo and stuff.
Yeah,
I guess, but
the Zeri is a bit short range, so it's interesting. I mean, she's got a lot of movement, so it's pretty easy for her to dash away from what Varus and Swain can do. So if if Yastrom's confident enough on his kiting, then he could be fine with it. But I'm actually quite interested where it's going to go, and it is going to go mid lane actually. I mean, I think about it more now. I guess it could be hard especially once you hit 6, it could be hard for the Nico to like blow it up. So, I mean, it could definitely be something that absorbs a lot of the damage that the Nico could do. You're going to have a team that's definitely going to be in your face with the Skarner, with the Zeri, with the Rakan. So it definitely has its value. I do agree that I don't think it's the strongest champion. There's a billion different maybe not billion, but many different champions that you could go that are definitely better here. But they just try to round it out with something pretty traditional. Now they're just kind of going kind of weird because it's kind of meant to be like, okay, we're going for catch with Swain, with Nautilus, with Varus, but you kind of got more of a kite back team with the Trundle and the Aatrox. All I know is that we're going to need some Grievous Wounds this game. We need some Grievous Wounds for sure.
Yeah, Bulldog's got to be investing in some Executioner's Callings or some Oblivion Orbs, I think, to deal with that front line, that's for sure. Now, Rob, now that we've rounded this out, for me, I don't mind the Swain into Nico, because you can't really pop the Swain. He's going to build some HP, so you've got a bit of protection against the threat. And Zeri kind of has to be within Swain's ult range to damage anyone, right? Because he's short range, he's hard to lock down, but he's got, like, he doesn't have to, like, click her. He just has her to be in a circle, right? Is there an angle for Swain to play this out now that we've seen this, or I guess, how do you feel like Rise put a bow on their comp with this kind of weird Swain potential flex in the second half?
I don't mind it at all going into later game team fights once he gets a few items online. I don't think it's necessarily going to be instantly killed by the Zeri or the Nico or anything like this. I think you can press ult and feel pretty comfortable with all of the champions have basically got to be in proximity of him to do anything. I do find it a little bit interesting. I just question about, like, for example, I have a bigger problem with, like, the Trundle pick. It's, like, good in Toscana, but then you're, like, it's not necessarily that strong at the moment. Like, it got hit a couple times, and then, like, with changes to items. We haven't seen Trundle Jungle be played very much at all. It's very much came out back when Skana was popular before. I think Rise have gone back to some tried and true sort of picks within previous metas. I don't mind the Aatrox either for demo. I think I can see how Rise's comp wants to function, and it can survive a long time in a fight, but as Faulty said, you start getting grievous wounds online. Either the Swain is killing everyone and never dying, or he gets instantly killed and popped while he's picked up by Pivel and dumped on the flames of Wormsoil. I just want to say one thing as well. Nautilus for Jamsu. I got done dirty by a prediction earlier on in this stream. I want a Jamsu death prediction, like over under 7 deaths on that Jamsu Nautilus, because this is a historic pick for Jamsu. Either he's going to have a great game on Nautilus, and this is going to be the 1-1 prediction that all of us are very intelligently predicted, or Jamsu's going to have a really hard time of being burnt alive by Rumble. So I actually quite like the Rise draft. I actually think Rise probably have a better draft this game than what Bulldog have. So I think they might actually, as long as they don't make the mistakes like last time where they just sort of let people all gonna die.
It wasn't enough last game to get them the win, but it certainly was enough to turn a couple of team fights. Now, very, very quickly, Frisky, we're all one-on-oneers going into this game. Bulldog won that first game. Seeing the draft, seeing that first game, do you think it's still going to be 1-on-1, or do you think Bulldog's gonna land the 2-0?
See, the thing is if Bulldog win, I'm wrong, but it also means that Rob is wrong. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Swings and roundabouts, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm happy with Rob being wrong. I think I've had enough losses today. I'll take a few more. We'll give them to Rob, certainly.
We'll take a Rise 2-0 then.
I'm not convinced enough with the Swain pick. I think that Bulldog have a lot of comforts, and I think they're going to know how to play with it more. I think I'm going to put Bulldog in the seat for this one.
Yeah, if the Swain falls behind, it is going to be useless, mega useless. And Ketsuo didn't have the best game one, so we shall see. Rob, super quickly, 1-1, 2-0.
I've got 1-1. I'm sticking with 1-1. I believe in my boy Jamsu, and my egg's going to be on my face from the Swain.
Let's do it. All right, back over to the casters, Jay Real and Rory B for game number 2.
Turns out me saying 2-0 wasn't the craziest thing that we'll hear tonight. I don't know what Rob was talking about with the Australian shrimp on the barbie thing, but we are going to see some people getting cooked. And I'm telling you, Rory, it's going to be Bulldogs, right? I don't care what anyone says about draft or anything. I'm telling you, Jamsu has locked in the Nautilus, right? And just like his favorite footballer, Cristiano Ronaldo, hence the name, right? He's going to put it in the top bins in this game, right? Zeri, who? Get knocked up, get hooked, get gone. You know, that's how it's going to be. They're going to win the game from the front foot. I'm predicting 23 minutes, game over.
23?
Yeah, that was wild.
That's absurd.
I've said what I said now.
That's crazy. We saw a 22 minute soul take last game, and it still went on for another like 9 minutes.
Yeah, because the Bulldogs were in control, you know, but when Rise are in control, the clock's over.
Well, speaking of people in control, I hope DDD is far more in control of his F key this game. Because Brother had a very shaky early game, right? He was not flashing the rail crash downs. He wasn't flashing the flagging tracks. And it really put him on the back foot. And frankly, if Yastrom didn't get those 2 kills early, I don't think Bulldog would have won a lot of fights. Especially as decisively as they did for some of those early scraps. So, yeah, you're right. Jamsu, very good on Nautilus. When I hear Rob going, I'm wondering if Jamsu's going to be above or below 7 deaths. That does raise alarm bells, because that's a lot of deaths for 23 minutes.
I just don't think that the death, like sometimes, okay, KDA, like it doesn't have to,
It's
like the
overrated.
Battle even said it, right? KDA doesn't mean anything, you know, like KDA, I'm not gonna go for the full quote, but like KDA doesn't mean anything, right? It's all about the win, right? And I feel like that's what we're playing for here. That Jamsu understands sometimes you gotta die for the cause, you know, and he's about that life on this Nautilus. I feel like, honestly, the early game is going to predict a lot, right? I am going to stop memeing. I am going to talk more literally about the game. I think that what we saw from the last game is Bulldogs were really good at setting up the objectives. I do wonder if we've got to see Rise now. They've had a bit of a moment to have a breather, have a think about the game, because they themselves need to start making some plays as well. There were a lot of set plays that Bulldogs had set up that they were able to execute, and that obviously gave them big wins, which then allowed them to snowball out the game. We need to see a bit more of that from Rise, because I feel like we were getting to see it in the later stages. It felt like, you know, the start of the game, they kind of weren't switched on fully, they weren't locked in, and then at like 15-20 minutes they started to be like, okay, actually, no, we can play the game as well, but they were just behind and therefore had a difficult time. So I want them to come in, positive attitude, lock in, play some set plays and play to their own tempo, and that's what I want to see. What I want to know though, Rory, is are we going to see again a split map between the junglers? Do you feel like we're going to see both junglers in the same area? Because I was still surprised that last game we didn't see bot lane pressure more from Rise.
But that's the thing, Trundle loves a scrap. He especially loves an early scrap into an AD champion because his Q steals AD, right? The issue is he doesn't have the fastest clear right now, which can put him a bit behind the Skarner on tempo. Skarner has a deceptively good clear because he can just use that E just to travel through walls and cross so much extra, well, cheat out a lot of walking. So it'll be really interesting to see how Kia paths. Now, last game, Kia ganked Demo a lot. And Demo, because he was playing Cassante, wasn't able to use that lead. Faulty said bye-bye. Hopefully we'll see him in a second. But now that Demo is on the champion like Aatrox, he can convert those kills into more kills in lane, right? Because if an Aatrox gets ahead of a Rumble and is able to pick up that early Hex Drinker, I'm a bit worried for Wormsaw because Rumble doesn't have a ton of mobility to dodge out of those sweet spots.
A little pause after the pause, as you do.
Yeah.
You know, Riot Special and El Clasico, as you would respect. As we're now going to get into the actual game. DDD kicking it off with a nice shot to the temple. And that is a good way to start the game. You know, all I'm saying is positive mental is going into this one. Can we land the first hook from Jamsu? That's what I'm looking for. Level 2, obviously not going to happen for a couple more minions. Playing around a little bit more pressure applied from Rise. As we're going to see, Wormsaw's taking a lot of damage in that top side. Now,
That's a lot of damage.
There was a bit of talk about like how good is Trundle at the moment, Roy. I don't know what your take on that is at all, if you have one.
So I think Trundle is fine into Skarner. I think it's been seen a bit in the LPL as a direct counter, but that's usually in like game 3 when you're playing Fearless Draft. Right? It's not a priority pick by any means because, as I mentioned, it's a bit of a slow champ to get going. But into this draft, I think it's actually really good because if you look at Rise's draft, they've reactively chosen like anti-short range champions because all of Bulldog Academy want to play into you. And yes, Yastrim will try and kite around with that move speed, but Zeri is still like not the largest range. Nice hook, you're right, it is the first hook of the game, does land, which is a good sign for any Rise fans out there. But the Trundle can make life for Faulty specifically really awkward if Faulty is trying to make a flashless Pot Blossom in these fights. It can also help isolate Wormsoil. We saw Wormsoil last game get isolated by his own teammate because of a Cataclysm, but this time Rise actually have the tools to keep him away from the main damage dealers. As we're seeing it early, he'll come out. DTT landing far more poke. It's Kia says hello to the top lane once again.
Yeah, well, so This is a very hard game to get out of. You are definitely dead. How much damage can you get down? How can you try and navigate this? Well, there isn't really too much to navigate. That's going to be a first blood in the top side. We've seen it before, though. We can't count the chickens before they have hatched, as we are going to see Ketsura ganked in the mid lane. Pibble not having enough range, but the rock does hit.
I think he could have flashed there, because his flash auto would have procced his passive. I think that would have been a kill. As we're seeing as a kerfuffle over the grab, Jamsu.
This might be one of the 7. We were talking about the 7. That could be number 1. The flash over the wall is good, but it has been followed, and Yastrom is going to find that kill.
Yeah, I wondered if Yastrom was going to try and skate over the wall to try and pick up Ketsuo as well there. As, yeah, Jamsu just really caught out. Really nice flash pathmaker there from Pivel on the Skarner. Really good to see. But yeah, it was. I feel like nothing special was needed there, right? There were no special mechanics that we just identified. It was really just your Nort's out of position. We're gonna run him down. However, Yastrom does expend both summoners to get that kill. Could make laning into DDD a bit more difficult, as we've seen a lot of his arrows landing this game.
More arrows to come, more to see, as we are going to see a little bit more of a play from Kia here, moving into the jungle of Pivel. And I will say there is something to be noted about Trundle being one of the best 1v1 champions in the game, right? So I do want to see a bit of aggression here, potentially going to go and take on Pivel here, chunking him down completely, and going to be able to walk away with that harasser now, potentially even setting up for a good 2v2, but they are just going to walk out. They're going to take what they've got and leave for now. However, we got to think about those objectives, right? We've seen both junglers actually pathing up to the top side. Now we're going to see the dragon spawning up, but neither near it. And I'm just a little bit surprised by the game plan here. I would have thought someone would have gone onto it at 5 minutes.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but with Kia going for that invade, you're saying, I've got the base off. Pivel surprisingly hasn't based at all yet. So he's sitting on a ton of gold. So Kia was like, I can try to get a scrap down. Or she didn't really communicate with Demo, who really wanted to get that base off. And so the moment he was spotted, he was like, well, I can't keep fighting because Wormsaw is going to come down. And
you know who is there? They're both in the top side. To the top side, we've got a 2v2 in the top side.
To the top side.
A fight. Someone's died, and it might be a second death. We're seeing the world ender popped, and the Rumble is going to stay alive. Okay, they're not going to go down. They did have to flash.
You know what happened there, Jay?
No.
That kill was so graphic that you would have had to show your ID to see it in top lane. So that's been barred. But Skarner did fall. The Skarner did fall just off his base, which is unfortunate. And another kill now going over to Demo. We've seen Demo, when on his Jax, he's been able to carry with a lead. As we're seeing another fight here.
Ketsura right now going to be pushed into the wall. Does try and heal, but cannot do enough. Jamsu going to get knocked up again. And this is going to be death number 2. Come on down.
As Kia now getting the crab with TTT, but even if he hits 6, he now just said he's watching his mid lane and support get crushed in the mid lane and goes, there's nothing I can really do right now. I've only got a Sheen. I'm only level 5. As he is also, I'm actually a bit surprised Kia is down on CS. I know he's clearing slower, but even still, even with that invade power, he's down as we can. Wormsaw taking a very bad
What do you do to Aatrox, by the way? Because this has been a champion I've seen twice now. I saw him in the jungle on Monday. Now I'm seeing in the top, and in both times he's just doing a ridiculous amount of damage. Jamsu is going low here, gonna have to back away. But
oh no, that's a bad hook!
Jamsu is down again. Number 3, Rob. Where did you bet? Plus or minus 7?
Oh, I don't know if Jamsu's participating in the same charity that we've seen other players in the league do, where you're donating for every death. If he is, he's going to have some flies floating out of his pocket by the end of the day, I think. Oh, it's a lot of scraps out here for this early game. Especially after, I feel like last game we were seeing the jungler split the map, you know, people were dying topside because the jungler ganked top. And then they were dying bot side because the Jarvan was coming flying in. Now there's just fights everywhere.
And you know what? I'm here for it. This is what I live for. This is the game. Like, it's UKEL, guys. We're not playing LCK here. Let's not have any of these, like, long game 10 kill situations, you know? I want to see these fights. I like that we're getting the scraps. Immediately at the moment in time, though, I will say Rise probably needs to take a little bit of stock of when they're fighting, though, because I do think they're choosing some suboptimal moments, and it does feel like they're a little bit out of tempo with each other, right? Sometimes going in where others are backing away. I want to see a little bit more harmony.
Jamsu now linking up with Ketsu and Kia to help ward out these grubs, but it does mean DDD is all on his lonesome. Has the flash and ult, so it's pretty safe, but is going to get pushed under. Rise now going to start up the grubs, knowing they have that push in the top side as well. And you asked about Aatrox earlier. And
yeah,
Aatrox is very much a champ that if he's ahead, he's an absolute nightmare. Especially a champ who doesn't have a ton of mobility like Rumble, because you can't easily dodge out of the first Darkin Q. And if you get hit by that, you get the chains hitting you, you get the guaranteed Q2 and then the guaranteed Q3, and it all kind of falls apart from there, and it's really rough. So when an Aatrox goes, I'm so far ahead, I can just get to Merc Treads for free, essentially. It's really scary in a lane that, realistically, Rumble should be winning. As yet, the
but he's not.
Chain combo is
train. Although it's turning this back around. He's ready to scrap. He goes a little bit deep for it, but actually, you know what? They trade pretty close to even. The only issue is that Kia is in the top side, whereas Pivotal is not. But they are going to get the base back, so Wormsoul not going to be punished for this one. And does have TP, but that's maybe a little bit bold.
TPing in, but I think it's fine. He has Flash coming up. He doesn't have Equalizer, but Kia just showed on top wave, which means Pivotal is going to look for anything he can take away. Jamsu has his scent, but isn't going to be stopping him right now. The Trundle's coming in here. Jamsu,
yeah, the base
maybe
was
look
fast.
For it. Pivotal has Flash.
Jamsu's ready. He's locked in. There's the hook. There's the lockdown, and they're looking for more on this fight. Pivotal going to be able to get away. Can't be slowed, and because the pillar wasn't on top, isn't going to be blocked either. And they will just be able to walk out safely.
So, Bulldog Academy are in a very nice situation right now, where once again, their AD carry is sitting on 2 kills and a BF sword very early on. Sure, your top lane is behind, but he was behind last game, and he still managed to get some solo kills for himself. Clutch flash battle dance there, coming out from Magpie to save Faulty's life. And Ketsuo is so angry that supports are allowed to roam lanes, as that would have been a really nice solo kill to pick up, as he is behind in gold from the CS differential here.
Oh, once again, here we go. Pivotal grabbing.
Oh, nice
both, takes them close to the tower. Not going to be completely removed, but we are now going to see Ketsuo chasing down 40. Takes one, and Maikaru for more. Demonic Ascension is giving them a lot of damage, and they're able to start moving and grooving. The knockup is going to land. Jamsu still chasing to try and bring them back. No more Demonic Ascension and no more mana for Ketsuo means this is a very tough position to be in. Pivotal is doing a lot of damage, and looking for the kill.
Oh, here comes
the ADC. Here comes Eri. The lightning is crashing, and Jamsu will fall again.
And oh baby, now you got a fed Zeri. If she wasn't strong before, she is huge now. And honestly, good on Ketsuo for being able to just pop out and walk through the enemy team basically to snipe out Faulty. But even with Kia popping that subjugate onto Pivotal, like, he still wasn't able to do enough damage really to affect the fight. And with Pivotal building what's looking like just, yeah, he's built Heartsteel first. So he's just got a ton of HP, not a lot of defenses for Kia to steal. And that's really where the Trundle value comes from.
As the game goes on though, more defenses build, maybe it can work. I do get what you're saying. It's like, it's not... The pick will play how it plays, right? At this moment in time though, I am saying... The Zeri is starting to look scary, right? I think if we just
Zeri's
look
really
back,
scary.
if we reminisce to how game 1 went, Rory, right? I feel like a lot of it stemmed from the fact that, you know, like Yazstrom got really strong in the early stages and then was able to just do really well in the fights late game. it does feel like similar has happened here. Maybe
Oh,
not
hello.
through the same reasoning, but talking about people getting ganked again, DDD finding a matchup against the jungler, that is a common sight. He's going to be able to get out for now. Good flash will get them to safety, but again, forced out of their lane, and once more, Yastrom just getting free time to play.
And DDD is miserable right now. He's going to miss that whole wave of golden XP crashing at the tower right now as plates are going to go over to Yastrom, going to skyrocket him towards that second item. And Pivotal is just playing without a care in the world right now. He's so tanky. He's wherever he wants to go. He just can. And look at that. A 25 CS up Aatrox, forcing out Equalizer there just so Wormsaw can pick up any AP. He went Swifties, Oblivion Orb. This guy does no damage.
But the question is, can we see Demo do what Wormsaw did in that last game? Because I do think, as much as we say, okay, Yastrom was strong, was able to play the fights, I do think the Olaf was a huge determining factor in the early fights. And
Absolutely.
we need to see, if you're a Riot fan, you need to see Demo do exactly the same. We're going to see another gank on the bot side, no tower to hide behind, DDD being chased down, the knockup is there, the Skarner pulled out, so cannot go tunneling forward, and we're now going to see the Trundle as well. TP coming in too. They're looking for the lockdown. There's the depth charge, going to get the knockup onto the Zeri, but can they get into range? Here comes Demo, sweeping in. Will they be able to get the crash down on the sword? He's able to get Pibble, that's one, and they're looking for more. The Zeri can only ping shots, and it's not going to do anything.
And you were asking just a second ago, can Demo do what Wormsaw did last game? And the answer is clearly yes. For the first time this series, Rise are gonna pick up a dragon. And it didn't matter how strong Yastrom is. There's just too much crowd control raining down upon him. And it's why this Nautilus pick is so important, because the Zeri is so rapid. If you don't have the Nautilus, then your Chains of Corruption likely aren't hitting, your Darkin Blades likely aren't hitting, your Trundle can't catch up. So with the power of that depth charge, it just wins the fight alone for Rise. As the gold
Time ball. Hooks landed as well. I think there's just a lot of power from Nautilus, right? I think all in all, it's never not a good support. You know, I think it's always solid. And it's showing its worth right here, right now. I've got to say as well, like, we are starting to see a lot of power from Kira too, because I do think as much as they still need to get into range, they still need to get their game moving, they can take those resistances, they can make people really squishy, they can force people to run away, and then the pillar can slow and cause corruption. So I do really like the team comp at the moment, and in terms of a straight head-to-head fight, I do think if Bulldogs especially can lock down the Zeri, they can win any fight. But there are still some questions in my mind, right? I think Fonty will be a big game player, and right now Pivotal, he's not been deterred from going forward and taking more of this jungle.
And may I mention, like, we didn't really talk about him a ton in the last game, but Magpie had a stunning Rel performance, and frankly this Rakan performance is also really, really nice to watch. He was able to buy so much time for Yastrom in that fight as the Aatrox came flying in. Yes, it didn't amount to anything, but still able to catch out that player with the quickness in that moment was really nice mechanics, and frankly, I think he's the deciding piece, because Pivotal was incredibly slow, right? So DDD can just pop Yomus and should be able to avoid this Skarner, but the Rakan has a rapid engage, able to lock down the Varus, and hopefully means that Nico can get on top of it.
Right now, the Pivotal still claiming a lot of control on this map, and it is starting to make me feel like, even though, okay, the gold is pretty much dead even, it still feels like Rise are on the back foot here. Bulldogs claiming a lot of control in my mind, and the only weak spot in this game is actually Wormsaw, who obviously was one of the shining lights for them in the last game. So it's definitely one where we're seeing a little bit of a different perspective from Bulldogs. They are going to rely on different carries here, but they are once again looking pretty strong. Next dragon isn't anytime soon as well, so there isn't anything planned to fight over.
And what I'm seeing here is a Brutalizer in Demo's inventory. So I'm really curious to see what that is, because I don't think he'd be buying Voltaic. If he's going that Hydra build. I'm a bit surprised with the amount of damage coming out from Bulldog Academy, but you know what? If you're ahead, sometimes you just go, I need to all index on damage. I want to blow up an enemy champion, and frankly, I get it.
Oh, we'll see if that is how they decide to build. We're seeing once again a lot of pressure clumping up around Yazstrom, right? I do feel like that's kind of been the heart of Bulldogs, how they played these games, and they are doing well when they pivot around that pick. And Pivoli once again able just to go into this jungle. Gonna find Jamsu.
Oh, Jamsu gets
him
impaled.
as well. They're taking him for a little bit of a ride, and there's no HP on this support. Jamsu's down again.
And that's number 5. As Folsey looking for it, forcing the flash.
Knock up not gonna land. Good flash coming out from DDD there. Once again, same outcome, even though it's a different play.
No one's on top tower right now, so a few more plates are going to be going over to Demo. Sure, Wormsaw has now based and picked up the Leandries. It's a very big spike for him. But one thing I do want to talk about is on this patch, Rumble Ult has been nerfed. Its base damage has been nerfed, which means if you're not ahead and you don't have that AP to close the gap, you're just doing a significant amount of damage less.
Well, I've also feel like we've not seen too much from Ketsuo in this game. I feel the last game the Azir was prominent, it was dangerous. This game, not seeming as powerful or potent.
I will say, unless the Swain is landing every never move in lane, he is a very quiet champ until you get to those 5v5s where he can land a big root and then pop ult and just never die. But you're not wrong, we haven't seen a ton of him, and he's not going to be doing a lot of damage without Rylai's pick.
I will see when he gets to 2, maybe 3 items, how much that Swain can do in those team fights. But right now, the Impale going to miss. That's big from Pibble. And that was opening themselves up for potentially their demise. Here goes the Aatrox. We're going to see the Pop Blossom knock up 4 though, and that's a huge turnaround. In goes Yazstrom, but they fall short of many of the kills. Jamsu gets over the wall and is now going to be burnt to a crisp. Pibble is still alive, by the way, standing next to the Aatrox. Finally falls down as Kerr cleaning up the backline here. Wormsaw left in the pit with their lane opponent, but they are not alone for now. Ketsuo joins, and it is a wipe from Rise.
And Pibble that missing the Impale over the wall, and then is completely caught out. Demo doesn't care, just goes, I have World Ender available, I'm just going to go on you and break you apart. Yes, Pibble lasted a long time, but it forced the engage from Magpie, it forced Yazstrom to get in there, and with that crash down, and then if you watch, I'm pretty sure Kier just pops Subjugate and runs down the Zeri, because the Zeri is right next to the melee.
It was it was definitely interesting positioning. Like, obviously we go through it again. Impale miss, they can start the fight.
It's a great
Pop Blossom is big, but then yeah, you're right, like right in front of the Trundle's face.
Yeah. Like, is able to assassinate DDD, but then Wormsaw comes in with this kind of janky teleport angle, and it's just stuck in the pit. Can only kill the 1 HP Nautilus, who you don't care about anymore in this fight. He already used all his abilities. You don't need the, however, 100 gold that Jamsu's worth, because he was 0-5. And we're seeing the power of this close combat Rise comp, just punishing the Stunner, punishing the Nico and the Zeri, who all have to really be in your face to be effective.
23 minutes is closing in. I don't think my prediction is going to be completely
I don't think it's... Yeah, you're going to make that one, unless one of the teams disconnects.
Maybe I was wrong here, folks. But, you know, it's okay. It's okay. Right now, though, we are going to see Baron has spawned. We are seeing a lot of pressure from Rise around it. And so far, in these team fights, they are quite dangerous. And also, if you have to walk into Rise, it is definitely a whole nother level of scary.
Really scary. With that Varus poke coming through, it's really hard to go through the entrances here. The Blast Cone is available as TP's coming out.
Oh, people are going to go straight onto the Aatrox. They're looking for them. They're going to get them with the Impale, but he's quite tanky, as you said, and will have some healing, although has gone pretty low in the fight so far. Yastrom staying safe as well, and that is a lot of damage. Wurmsoul has come through and absolutely cooked the team, and that was a huge turnaround from the Dogs. They are howling in the stands because they're looking for Baron.
And Demo, that TP sucked. Immediately onto the enemy team. Pivotal just able to slam you against the wall. Yes, you have the Sundered Sky to keep you alive for a bit. The Rumble anti-heal coming through just means he falls. And we haven't really seen a fight without this Aatrox in it. And now that we have, like, they don't have the damage. Trundle went Spirit Visage second. He's not doing the damage. The Swain Rylai's first. He's not doing the damage.
Questions.
So 7 deaths to Jamsu.
And answers in the same fight. And I gotta say, Yastrom, if Yastrom can just stay alive, like, there is so much damage that can be pumped up. But we also, I wasn't expecting the damage from Wurmsoul. I'll be completely honest, right? They did a lot in that fight. And look, if Demo goes down, the hopes of Rise might fall with them.
And that's the awkwardness of going this Voltaic Cyclosword. Like, yes, you're gonna win side lane harder, but your team doesn't need you to win side lane harder. That's a solo queue build. Right now, you have to, like, get a Black Cleaver, shred that armor for your Varus, or get a Shojin to at least give you a bit of HP. Right now, you don't need the one-shot. It's not what's asked of you, and frankly, if he had Shojin, I'm pretty sure he would have lived.
Backs against the wall, Rise once again. They were in such a good position after that last team fight, but has all been turned around, showing you how close this game truly can be. As Bulldogs once again knocking on turrets, going to take another tier 2. Jamsu looking for the hook, but not going to find it just yet. The tower stays alive for now, but look at the potential play here. Pivotal is waiting to jump forward and potentially grab multiple members.
We look at waves right now. Top lane is going to be pushing for Bulldog Academy. This Baron up cannon is going to guarantee this tower take. And then we've got Faulty in the mid lane also pushing down there. So splitting apart Rise. Bulldogs going to be backing off, and Faulty may be caught here actually. The Vision of Empire is going to slow him, but ultimately it doesn't mean anything because there's shape splitter move speed. Rise in a tricky situation here. They don't have a ton of wave clear.
A lot of wave clear going straight. There's 5 members down mid lane as well. Dragon has spawned and they are not on tempo. It is going to be quite an easy walk in for Bulldogs. We talked about walking in onto Rise, but I will say it also isn't too fun walking into Bulldogs either. The equalizer can cause some problems, as we're going to see the knock up there. 3 members locked in place and put onto the fire, as in comes Skarner trying to turn the back around. But they have to be careful because this is the danger man. Demo is the one they need to kill, but they are getting him down. Another kill falls. They grab the troll and they're going to put him under a bridge.
Honestly, I was really scared from Faulty starting that play because I saw Pivel stop the dragon. I was like, your Skarner's nowhere near. But no, Pivel was able to come over and lock up Demo immediately, investing all his crowd control purely on this Aatrox, who had to force his flash away from the Impale. And yes, Yastrom does die, but once he does, like, your Aatrox is down, your Swain is already down. DTT got blown up from the Faulty plus Wurmsoil combo because he has no magic resist right now.
The build needs work. Like you said, no magic resist.
The build does need work because he's been sitting on a completed tier for the last 3 items. So yeah, I haven't seen a Varus build tier and not go Mora mana in the poke build. This might be new tech, I'm not sure, it's always possible, but he's missing a lot of damage without that Mora mana.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that with one more completed item, there could be a huge spike, and maybe it gives some hope towards Rise. At this moment in time, though, the team fighting is feeling pretty clutch. Yastrom is already on 4 items, let it be known, and in that last fight did go down, but was the only one to fall. And I feel like if you have so much focus onto Yastrom, you are opening yourself up to Wormsoil, to Faulty, who is doing quite a lot of damage in these fights.
Pop Blossom, I hear.
Not be understated, as you said, Pop Blossom goes through, and that's going to be another kill onto DDD. Another member falling down, and Wormsoil is cooking Jamsu right now. Ketsuo going to be locked up, held in place, and now pushed against the wall. The team collapses, Ketsuo falls, and it looks like we're looking at the end of the game, Rory.
It really does. Without the mid laner and bot laner of Rise Gaming, Bulldog Academy are just breaking over the base. Demo right now is just rage splitting, trying to get whatever gold he can off these tower plates. As Trundle and Norsus just stare down their inhib exploding. The wave topside is dying. Wormsoil might die here, but has the flash.
And doesn't even need it. Just walks away.
Just walks it out. So that's World Ender gone.
And they're not done in the top side. They're looking for more. They're here for the play. We're going to see people moving forward, looking to get aggressive. Admittedly, is quite far in front of the team, but they're going to take the tower. They're now going to be able to move forward. Yes, depth charge holds in place. Yalstrom for a little bit longer, but look at the damage coming out. They kill Jamsu again, and they're looking now for the second inhib of the game. Take it, open the base, and really solidify your chances of a win.
Demo's here, but Kiel just used the subjugate in that fight, so can't really frontline for too long. Hivel able just to run through the wall, so doesn't really care about Ketsuo's slows. And one thing we haven't, well, we've glanced upon it, but look how much armor is being built by Bulldog's Academy. Because Ketsuo is the sole AP champ on Rise, and has gone such a, I'll say a healthy build, right? You're going Rylai's Leandries and now Seeker's Arm God. You're not pumping out the AP damage. That means defenses are needed, which means Bulldog Academy can really index into protecting themselves against this Aatrox and this Varus poke.
I wouldn't even say they've even gone that much armor, to be honest, because even the Scarlet has gone Titanic. Like, the HP is just in mountains, and they're ready to fight. They're looking for it again. They're going to go all in here. There's the Impale, grabs 2, holds them in place, but the fire side a little bit scrappy here. The Equalizer finally going to go down again. They're looking for Yalstrom on the back line, but they've got the knock-up, but they haven't got the follow. The damage isn't there. The damage falls back, and Yalstrom electrifies this game again. A clean ace coming out from Bulldogs, and that will be game number 2. You, Rory, were correct.
I was, and Faulty right now with the secondary engage after this first failed attempt from Pivel here. I thought it was looking messy. I thought Kier was going to run Yalstrom down with the power of this Aatrox, but no, the Aatrox's crowd control for so damn long and is stuck hitting someone who's gone golden. And this crash down damage is insane coming out from Yalstrom, as they're just going to clean house and end this match. As we see the victory screen.
Clean with it. I gotta say, Yalstrom, you know, maybe make me a bit of a believer in Bulldogs. You know, maybe they got some power, maybe they got some prowess that I wasn't really thinking about. And also, I gotta say, like, they're making things happen. They're making things happen as a team. They're looking pretty clean, and also they're punishing the mistakes. I feel like Rise gave them a lot of opportunities. They took all of them and more. So, you know, Bulldogs definitely a team to not be messed with and one to look out for in the later stages, Rory.
100%. I think they could be like a high middle, if not like a low high. So like floating between that maybe 3rd and 5th. Some might say 6th position, but like their team fighting is really clear. Magpie was on an absolute tear today with his engages as well.
Yeah, indeed. And I got to say, Wormsoil as well. 2 losing lanes coming out doing more damage as well in these big fights.
Should he have been losing them though?
No, you can say what you want, but at the end of the day, shows up when he needs to. That's all I'm going to leave it to. But we're going to throw this one back to the desk. You know, those people that picked 1-1, I was wrong, you were wrong, and we're going to see how you feel about that.
Thank you, Jay. I'll be honest, I don't feel good about it. Frisky, though, loves it. Frisky loves it a lot, and Rory as well.
Hashtag
loves it.
Rob
so,
wrong.
hashtag the evolution of Rob out is Rob wrong. So
I might be wrong, but Rob is wrong, and that's what matters at the end of the day.
yes, not though about Jamsu's death count. Did call for the over under on 7, and we did get to 9, I think, by
got
the end.
10.
Maybe 10.
I think we got to 10.
In that last one. Might have got to double digits, the Yasuo power spike, sadly. And that is, I will say sadly, because the amount of times I saw Jamsu walk into the team fight and Nautilus ult the Zeri and then hook the Zeri and go, guys, I've done exactly what my champ does to the only champ that they can win the game with. Over to you. And then the fight's over and they lose. So that was a tough one. He was doing what he needed to do, but sadly 10 deaths was the result for Jamisu in the bot lane. Okay, let's break this one down a little bit more. Early game, Frisky, top lane was exactly the same. We had Kier Gank into demo winning the lane. It actually held on to it this time. So at the very least, I think, Rise can be decently happy with Demo's performance today in many ways.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had a decent performance. I mean, the Aatrox was probably the only part that kept them in this game for a while and was making them look pretty strong. Obviously, the Cassante was a little bit, more frustrating in the first game, but still overall, I mean, he'd probably be the one where, maybe some other members of Rise are, moving on the other direction and he's moving forward, trying to carry the, that cart meme where the guy's carrying the cart. Think of it like that.
Some people are pulling the wrong way. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the jungle matchup a lot being important. It was kind of the same here, where it didn't feel like Pavolos had maybe the biggest impact, well, at least that we saw versus some other playmakers on the side of Bulldog. But it definitely felt like what Kier wasn't able to do. It certainly felt like Kier just couldn't hold his own, trying to get the objectives on the map, couldn't try to get the right fights he wanted. I think the Trundle pick was just kind of a really poor one. So it was just kind of, consistently false starts for them, and then they could never really get off the ground enough to really make enough ground to even kind of threaten a win for Bulldog, unfortunately.
Well, let's take a look at a couple of replays to kind of see how this one played out, because it was once again quite swingy. And Rob, let's take a look at this first one. And this was a sign where it looked like Rise could actually put this win together if they can play the fights out.
Yeah, initially it looked like Rise, they at the beginning, they looked like Pivotal was maybe caught out, and in the end it ends up being Faulty going and getting a huge Nico ultimate, and then it flips back another way again, and then the Rise look like they're winning again, and in the end it does go the way of Rise, but I don't think that the Dogs seemed particularly too concerned. There was a lot of moments here where, if you looked at the items towards the end of that game, I think it was just almost a wallet diff, especially when you have this Sway, which we pointed out to as being if it's got a lot of items, if it's ahead, it's going to be very hard to kill. You then have the Aatrox on top of that, should be quite hard to kill. They didn't have the items online to actually really get through the initial burst. And then actually, let's take the Zeri, for example. She was free hitting in most of these fights. Yet, despite Jamsu dropping everything on her again and again, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Yazstrom hit the targets he needed to hit, zapped everyone else across the fight. The wallets aren't there. Rise struggling. Really struggling.
Yeah, and there's, in that first fight, there is quite a notable moment by Yazstrom where Nico has gotten a massive ultimate from Faulty, and Yazstrom somehow ends up behind the enemy team, separated entirely from his team, and then gets exhausted and dies. And there is somewhat of a questionable flash in, we could say, in that play that does lead to him getting a little bit cooked. However, in this next replay, it's a bit of a different story. And Frisky, this following fight shows us how it's kind of supposed to work for Bulldog a bit more.
Well, yeah, I mean, Bulldog are obviously just looking for just kind of these, big, massive plays. I mean, you got the Nico, you got the Skarner here. Obviously, we talk about Magpie just kind of being a menace on the Rakan the whole time. I mean, you're just kind of looking for all of these players to sync up. I mean, we talked about the game before when they had the Orianna and the Jarvan. It's clearly something that Bulldog are really liking in this series. They want everything to be synced up. But what we see here is not much yet. We're still waiting on the play. So, if you like some good minion farming, this is definitely the play for you so far. But, we're kind of waiting for the right moment. Obviously, we're looking at a Baron play here. Riser, just looking to take advantages. They're going to push up. They're going to look to go on it first. It's not the best idea technically by them, because as soon as they get jumped on, I mean, it makes it really hard for them to play. So they really can't play from the pit. They got to play kind of coming out first. This is a long replay, my word. But unfortunately, just kind of a bad teleport from Demo. He's really easily gets jumped on, and then just all of the CC, all of the AoE spells from Bulldog just instantly just kind of catch onto them, and it makes it really easy to play. They obviously have so much to take on the Aatrox. I mean, I guess if it gets Demo out of the fight, then your main damage dealer is effectively out of the fight. So that unfortunately is what ruins the game for Rise. It's just one poorly timed, poorly planned TP, and it just makes it easy for Bulldog to pull it out.
Yeah, with the counter carries, the Aatrox being separated from the team, caught straight away. Yastrom, no CC to stop the Zeri that time, and goes completely crazy into Baron. Your teams are making mistakes back and forth all the way through an early game, and suddenly you just make one more mistake, but now Baron's live, so your mistake is 10 times worse than their last mistake, just because it's now 21 minutes, not 19, so unfortunately, that does kind of spiral out of control from there, and as you'd mentioned, Rob, it kind of just becomes a bit of a wallet diff by the end, and Yastrom, even if he's getting hooked and knocked up by Jamsu, he comes out of the CC and then guns down the entire rest of the team for what should have been a pentakill. Wormsoil should have been a Yastrom pentakill, but sadly was robbed by his top laner at the last second. So, Bulldog take the 2-0. Now, Rob, given what we've seen from Rise, they got that broad win, and there was plenty to like at parts of this game for Rise, right? But where are you lying on this team now, given that as we get through the season, there are only a few teams that are really in that kind of realistic last relegation spot, because a lot of our stronger teams are starting to rack up wins now. How are we feeling about Rise's chances and hopes going into this later stage, as we're running out of easy wins, or easier wins, we could even say.
They've got to face Nuclear Vikings. That's the one thing I want to say here. Rise still have to face Nuclear Vikings, so I will say today they at least seemed on the same page for the first 15 minutes of both those games. And Rise at the moment, I think Demo's doing God's work in the top lane, and I think everyone else kind of needs to take a step up and be like, okay, we got to meet the expectations of our Turkish top laner, because this game, and to be honest with you, I actually think Jamsu, despite me in the pre-game being like, hey, hello, over under 7 deaths, I actually think he really did everything he could do. He did what his champion is designed. It was a game where what I really meant was, if you aren't already hitting with your wallets and smacking him down, Nautilus is the first one to die every single fight, and we saw that here multiple times. I think Rise, they got it. Drafting, I don't necessarily always have a problem with what they're picking. I just think overall they make mistakes early on. They often get picked out in lanes very early on. We saw that happen early in this game and the first game. I think they have ideas about how they want to play, but you saw that misexecuted TP. Is that a communications issue? That's a question to bring up as well, because they're not playing to defend their top laner. He's running in there and dying. There's a lot of questions where big laning questions for me, and then following that, I think they also made a slip up against Brod. They made a slip up against your guys Frisky, I think, in that game versus Verdant. They seem to really struggle post 15 as well. So there's a lot of things where it's like, where are the positives? They see, if they have an easy to execute draft, they took it against Brod, they didn't take it here. There's a lot to go back and I think it's everything. It's the entire package. Draft needs to be sorted so that you feel like you're confident to play forward, and also you need to fix laning, and then you need to fix post 15 minutes. It's kind of like there's like take it in steps, but you've got Nuclear Vikings to beat.
Rise are the best team in the league. They just need to fix their laning and their macro and their post game and their dragon takes and their
What? I'm coaching Verdant. Wait, did you say I was coaching Verdant?
Oh yeah, I think
I should be fired.
Your boys. I think that Rise could have taken a game. I think that series they should have done something there. They didn't. They're gonna regret that coming up against Nuclear Vikings if they play like this.
Same problems that we are seeing exposed, sadly, for Rise. So the last thing I want to touch on here is Frisky, is just to wind back to that kind of first thing you mentioned about Bulldog at the start of this series, was that you kind of felt like if they're playing up to potential, up to peak, there's a potential for sort of a top 4 classification for this team. After what we've seen today, do you feel the same way, or do you kind of, is this kind of reaffirming your positions on this team, or now that we've had this series under the belt, where are your positions on Bulldog Academy landing in terms of what you think this team could achieve in this split?
No, I think my opinion is kind of upped on them a little bit. I know Rory was saying that. I mean, he kind of fumbled the pronunciation of it, but he was meaning that, like, okay, they could be like in the 4th and 5th spot. I could easily see them being in the 4th spot. I especially think because, in my opinion, I think Inari are the frauds of this split. I think that their run is maybe a bit of a fluke, and I think they're going to get found out at some point or kind of fall apart. I think they still have a couple of hard matches that for them to do. So I think that they're probably going to be the ones that we see falling down, and then it's going to be Absolved, Bulldog, Good Chi, and probably I would actually say, yeah, I'd say Bandits. That's my top 4 right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not going to say Brod. There's no way Frisky's going to say Brod.
Frisky's chucking Brod. Brod's in relegations, according to Frisky. Get Brod.
Oh, yeah, no. It's going to be after that. It's Verdant, Nuclear Vikings, then Rise, then Natives, and then Brod.
Yeah, that's the Frisky. That's the Frisky take I would expect. That's Frisky I would expect. Okay, yeah, right. Let's wrap it up there, gents. Thank you very much. So let's thank you everybody for watching on another day of the Four Nations Spring 26. We'll be back here next week, Monday and Thursday, usual time, as we will going into the second half of the regular season. Plenty more action to come through, plenty more games to play out, and obviously we still don't know who's going to be relegated, we don't know who's going to be in playoffs, we don't know who's going to be in that top side of the bracket. It's all to play for still here in the UKL. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you Nanos and Shadow on production as well, and we will see you all next week for more Four Nations action.